Mr. Derek Annan. Let's receive him with a round of applause as he comes up stage. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, policymakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Drone Ignite Africa. It is a great honor and a deep privilege to stand before you to speak to you about what drones are doing in Africa. At Drone Ignite Africa, we believe we are telling Africa's drone success story, right? We believe that this is a story we need to tell and we need to amplify that story. I will start by a small story. A few years ago, we went to Suhum, where at that time the government was trying to do like a drone delivery system, right? And I'm sure we all know about Zipline, right? And even there was a lot of like, is this relevant for the country and whatnot? And we ourselves, at that time, we are drone people, but we were like, we are not even sure it's necessary. So we went to Suhum, and then we drove to a town called Godjase. That's just about 3 kilometers from Suhum, right? And even though it's just 3 kilometers on Google Earth, it took like 2 hours to get there. And so when we got there, we were like, okay, so if you have somebody sick at Godjase, how would they get medical attention? Because it's a two-hour journey. The road was so deplorable, right? Something that should have taken maybe 10 minutes took 2 hours. And this is the impact of drone technology. Apart from this, drones have been used for different industries. In mining, they're using drones for exploration. They're using it for volumetric analysis. In agriculture, we're using it for spraying, crop health monitoring. In energy, asset management, pipeline inspections. In construction, large-scale surveying, project monitoring. The possibilities of drone technology are endless, right? And we are using this conference to take advantage of that. This is also a unique opportunity for the youth to take advantage of what the drones can do. That's one of the main imports of this conference. At this summit, we aim to achieve 3 main things. The first one is we want to place a spotlight on the African drone industry, right? We want everybody to know that there's a very robust drone industry in this country and across Africa. Secondly, we want to foster global collaborations, right? We want the local industry to collaborate with the international industry to ensure that we are up to date with what's going on globally. Finally, and most importantly, we want to empower young people, especially women in this industry. We need to ensure that Africa takes the lead in drone innovation. Over the next 2 days, you'll be joining us. On day 1, this is day 1, we'll be having dialogues on the impact of the technology, what the technology can do, how it's affecting different industries. On day 2, we'll demonstrate to you what the technology is being done, which will be a live demonstration. You will see how the drones fly, we'll simulate deliveries, we'll do some surveillance, and you realize that drones are used beyond wedding photography. Severally, I've been approached when I tell somebody I'm into drones, they said, okay, oh wow, you can capture my wedding for me. Yes, drones can be used for more than weddings, and we'll prove that to you in the coming days. Success for us is basically this. We want our regulators gathered here, I see many of them, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. We want them to use this conference to help us refine policies to grow the industry. Secondly, for the government and private institutions here, we want to ensure that you give the African drone industry an opportunity. Right? Let us collaborate on projects that can solve real-world challenges across Africa and Ghana. And finally, we also want to ensure that partnerships are birthed. At the same time, young people get the opportunity to enter the industry very well. To our partners, speakers, participants across Africa who have joined us and supported us for this first conference, we are eternally grateful. And to the young people in this room, this is your opportunity. Please take advantage of it. Meet somebody, talk to somebody, get to know somebody. This opportunity might not present itself again, and we really hope that many young people enter this industry and take full advantage of it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. Welcome to collaboration. Welcome to innovation. Welcome to Drone Ignite Africa. Let the summit begin. Thank you.
Truly, drone technology is making an impact in Africa, and we all have to ensure that Africa takes the lead in this industry through partnerships, collaboration, and policies. One more time, let's do a big round of applause for the Executive Chairman of Drone Ignite Africa, Mr. Derek Annan. And so, ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons why Africa's drone, AI, and robotics transformation journey has been successful thus far is because governments have played a major role with policies that make this possible. It now falls on my shoulder to make welcome to deliver our first keynote address, Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry of the Republic of Ghana, in the person of the Honorable Samson Ahi. Round of applause and a standing ovation as he comes up stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. Distinguished diplomats and development partners, leaders from industry, academia, and innovation, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege to join you at the Drone Ignite Africa 2026, a landmark gathering that reflects Africa's rising confidence in innovation, technology, and industrial transformation. I commend the organizers for convening this important platform at a time when the future of our economies will be shaped not only by natural resources, but by data, intelligence, and advanced technologies. Today, drones and artificial intelligence are no longer emerging concepts. They are practical economic tools already transforming agriculture and food security, mining and natural resources, governance, infrastructure planning and logistics, environmental protection, and public safety. For Ghana and for Africa, these technologies present an opportunity to leapfrog traditional development barriers and accelerate inclusive growth. As Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, our mandate is to build a modern, industrialized, and global competitive Ghanaian economy powered by innovation, productivity, and value addition. Government is therefore actively supporting the growth of drone and AI technologies through industrial policy alignment, innovation, ecosystems, research, partnerships, and private sector participation. Ladies and gentlemen, in agriculture, precision technologies such as crop monitoring, smart irrigation, targeted input application, and yield forecasting can significantly increase productivity while reducing costs and environmental impacts. These solutions also create new employment pathways for young people in agri-tech and data-driven services. In mining, infrastructure, and industrial development, drone-based data and AI analysis are improving exploration efficiency, environmental monitoring, land management, and compliance, strengthening governance and investor confidence while supporting sustainable industrialization. Most importantly, these technologies are transforming human capital across Africa. Young people are seeking opportunity, relevance, and purpose. Drone engineering, geospatial analysis, AI development, and smart logistics represent new career pathways that governments must actively enable through education, training, and partnerships. Africa stands at a decisive moment. We can remain consumers of imported technology, or we can become creators, innovators, and exporters. Ghana is committed to regulatory clarity, innovation, financing, regional collaboration under AFTA, and positioning our nation as a hub for technology-driven industrial services. Ladies and gentlemen, to the private sector, academia, development partners, and young innovators across Africa, this is a shared journey. The future you seek is the future we must build together. Drone Ignite Africa is more than a conference. It is a signal that Africa is ready to harness intelligence, build industries, and create opportunity. On behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, I reaffirm Ghana's commitment to advancing drone and AI technologies for the prosperity of Ghana, Africa, and the future generation. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and our beloved continent Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Truly, Drone Ignite Africa Summit 2026 is not just a summit, it is a signal that Africa is ready. One more time, let's appreciate with a round of applause the Honorable Samson Ahi. And so, ladies and gentlemen, very important to note that this summit is a space for very real conversations around how drones, AI, and robotics are being applied in agriculture, infrastructure, mining, logistics, security, and innovation, as well as where the ecosystem is headed next. And we are grateful to all our sponsors and partners for the unwavering support thus far. And so moving on, it now falls on my shoulder to make welcome to give us our second keynote address, the Deputy CEO of the Minerals Commission of Ghana in the person of Mr. Emmanuel Kwamena Enyima. Round of applause.
Distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of my CEO, it is a pleasure to address this conference under the theme Drone Innovation, Africa Impacts, Global Momentum. This theme reflects a growing truth. Africa's development challenges are increasingly being met with African-led innovation supported by global technology. As Deputy CEO for the Minerals Commission of Ghana, our responsibility is to ensure that Ghana's mineral resources are developed responsibly, sustainably, and in national interest. Today, I will focus on how drones and artificial intelligence are strengthening regulatory oversight and how government policy can support their use to enforce responsible mining standards. Mining remains a key pillar of Ghana's economy. However, it is also presents regulatory challenges, particularly illegal mining, environmental degradation, and difficulty of monitoring activities across vast and remote areas. Traditional inspection methods alone can no longer meet these challenges effectively. This is where drone technology has become a game changer. Drones enable regulators to conduct real-time monitoring of mining activities, detect illegal mining operations early, assess environmental impact, and verify compliance with approved mine plans. They improve efficiency, reduce costs, and enhance the safety of inspectors while providing reliable, high-quality data to support enforcement action. When combined with artificial intelligence, these tools become even more powerful. AI allows regulators to analyze large volumes of area and geospatial data, automatically identify signs of non-compliance, and predict environmental risk before they escalate. This moves regulations from reactive approach to proactive and preventive systems. In Ghana, we have already seen the value of this approach. The Minerals Commission has developed drone surveillance to monitor illegal mining activities in environmentally sensitive areas, including parts of the Ashanti and Western regions. Aerial data has enabled us to identify unlicensed operations, track land degradation, and support coordinated enforcement action with other state agencies such as NIMOS, EPA, etc. This has improved accuracy, reduced responsive time, and strengthened evidence-based decision-making. However, technology must be supported with clear, forward, and looking policy. Government has a critical role in establishing legal framework for the use of drones in regulatory oversight and aligning mining, aviation, and data protection regulations, and building institutional capacity to manage and interpret digital data. Policy sanctity only encourages collaboration with technology and providers and local innovators. At the Minerals Commission of Ghana, our objective is to ensure that innovation strengthens regulations while safeguarding safety, privacy, and national interests. Strong policy provides confidence to investors, reassurance to communities, and effectiveness to regulators. Ultimately, the use of drone and AI is about responsible mining, protecting the environment, and ensuring compliance, improving transparency, building public trust in mining governance. Africa stands at a pivotal moment. By embracing smart regulatory technologies, we are not only responding to global momentum, we are helping to shape it. In mining, data is as good as money. Ladies and gentlemen, drone innovation supported by sound policy and effective oversight offers government a powerful pathway to sustainable mining and shared responsibility. I want to thank you for this opportunity. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy CEO of Minerals Commission of Ghana, Mr. Emmanuel Kwamena Enyima. A round of applause one more time for him. And so our dignitaries will be taking leave of us very shortly. But before that, we would like to invite the Honorable Minister, as well as the Deputy CEO of Minerals Commission, to step forward for a group picture. They will be joined by the Executive Chairman of Drone Ignite Africa. So we'll do a very quick group picture, and then they will usher us officially to do a very important task, which is to get ready for the exhibition. They will officially open the exhibition next door, and then we'll kick off with our panel discussions. And so let's receive them with a big round of applause. So while they do that, media team, a spot of music in the background, thank you. Production. audiences. Alongside her work in communications, she's a writer and author. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome upstage Nana Boatima Sem Danso. Round of applause for her. And she'll do us the honors to introduce her panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So, before we begin our conversation on transforming African industries with drones and AI, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. We begin with Kweku Kusi Apia of Desimoni Limited. Kweku Kusi Apia is an infrastructure and construction professional with a proven record of delivering major projects across the general construction, mining, and upstream petroleum sectors in varied roles for the past 18 years. He's a chartered quantity surveyor with demonstrable record of driving down costs and ensuring successful commercial management of projects. His experience spans a wide spectrum of projects from high-rise buildings to heavy EPC civil engineering projects. He has worked with companies such as Precious Mining, ENI Ghana Limited, and is currently the tendering coordinator at Desimoni Limited. He has a BSc in Building Technology from KNUST and MSc in Engineering Project Management from Coventry University. He is a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Kweku Kusi Apia. Thank you. Up next, please, we have Mr. Emmanuel Mateteria. He's the CEO of Golden Page Realty and is a Ghana-based real estate leader, broker, and business builder, and the founder and managing partner of Golden Page Realty in Accra. He specializes in residential and investment-focused brokerage, property sales and leasing, property management, and real estate advisory, supporting both local and diaspora clients with well-verified, high-confidence decisions. He serves as the Vice President and President-elect of the Ghana Real Estate Professionals Association, a GREPA board member, and Chairman of the Events Planning Committee, contributing to industry professionalism, ethical practice, and stronger market standards. Emmanuel is committed to compliance-led practice aligned with Ghana's regulatory direction for the real estate sector. Academically and professionally, Emmanuel holds an MSc in International Business from the University of Ghana and is completing an executive MBA in Real Estate and Construction Project Management. He completed the London School of Economics with a certificate in Real Estate Economics and Finance, a certified international property specialist, and an international realtor, member of the National Association of Realtors, USA. He is also a founding member of the Ghana PropTech Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Emmanuel Teria. Next, we have Mr. Nicholas Apia of Drone Hub Africa. He is a business development lead at Drone Hub Africa, where he plays a key role in driving the adoption of drone technology across enterprise and industrial sectors in Africa. With over a decade of experience in strategic partnerships, market expansion, and solution-driven engagement, he works closely with public and private sector stakeholders to unlock the value of UAV technology across mining, energy, geospatial, agriculture, infrastructure, public safety, and security. Nicholas brings practical industry insights to discussions around the future of drone ecosystems and digital transformation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nicholas Apia. Please let's welcome him. And last but not the least, we have Dr. George Ologo. Dr. George is the General Manager for IT and Cybersecurity at Bost Energies Limited Company, where he provides strategic leadership across IT governance, digital infrastructure, cybersecurity resilience, and emerging technologies, supporting nationwide energy operations. With extensive experience in technology policy, cybersecurity, and systems governance, he leads the development of secure, scalable, and future-ready IT architecture aligned with national and international best practices. He oversees enterprise systems, network infrastructure, data protection, cyber risk management, and digital innovation initiatives critical to safeguarding a key national energy institution. A respected technology scientist, policy advisor, and cybersecurity specialist, Dr. Ologo has advised public and private sector organizations on IT policy, security architecture, and digital transformation. His professional focus includes cybersecurity governance, critical infrastructure protection, digital policy, and forensic analysis within regulated environments. He is known for pragmatic leadership and a strong commitment to building resilient systems that support national development. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ologo. Please as welcome. Okay, so after introducing such a distinguished panel, I'll take my seat and then we begin the discussion. Good morning. Okay. So, as I mentioned earlier, today we'll be discussing how we are transforming African industries with drones and AI. So before we go into the conversation, today's discussion is going to focus on how drones and AI are being applied across various sectors, including agriculture, infrastructure, energy, and urban development, to drive efficiency, improve decision-making, and strengthen Africa's competitiveness. So the first question I would like to begin with, I'll start with you, Nicholas. Which industry in Africa is most ready for drone and AI disruption right now, and why?
First of all, thank you, and thank you to everyone here. I think that to really put context to this question, it will be to kind of give a map of how the technology has transformed over the past decade. And to do that, I typically like to look at the technology adoption curve by Everett Rogers. And basically, if we try to distill how drones and AI, and then, of course, robotics in recent times, we look at things from, first of all, I mean, the innovators, okay? So these are really the segments that were really very few, but early adopters of the technology. So these are like tech enthusiasts, looking at people who are within the aviation space and like to play with gadgets and things like that. So when the transition from military use of drones to commercial or enterprise use of drones came, these were the early kind of innovators adopting the technology. Then you went into the area where we now look at the next phase, which are the early adopters. And so here we're looking at mainstream creative industry. So looking at content creators, videographers, photographers. And it was really easy because it's building up on storytelling, aerial perspectives in how these technologies were used. And through that kind of easy integration in that industry, they were able to now push manufacturers to begin to make these systems for other industries. That means that then you have the next phase. So looking at industries like, so here I call them the early majority. So looking at industries like mining, construction, survey and mapping, infrastructure inspections. So then you have these industries who then also come on board. Then, of course, also some public safety and security as well. Then, as with any technology, once it's proven and other industries can see the benefits and use cases, now you have the late majority. So within this group, I typically put like industries like energy, renewable energy, standard energy, because these are also highly safety conscious industries. So typically, they want to make sure that these technologies are proven. Okay, they can see the ROI in other industries, and then also safety and things like that. So then you had industries like these also then come on board. Then, of course, agriculture as well, and then you have also forestry. Then I would also now focus on maybe one area where we'll say maybe the laggards or untapped opportunities within the industry. So, for example, we see globally that areas like disaster management, looking at rapid responses, you're looking at healthcare, logistics and delivery, you can see that these are still highly untapped areas within or industries where drone technology hasn't really been significantly adopted. I mean, you and I don't see drones delivering things every day, so that should tell you that there's still a long way to go within these untapped industries. So having created this map, I will connect the dots by saying that the industries that I can see further, adoption or disruption, where they're leveraging on drones, AI, to really push things are basically industries which are heavily connected to the geospatial data. So basically you're looking at mining, construction, infrastructure, survey and mapping. They have demonstrated from use cases within these industries how the drones are helping improve efficiency, safety, and ROI. And so these industries are, for example, mining. Mining is doing so well, and they're always ready for new technology to invest in it. So I would say that these industries, which are heavily connected to the use of geospatial data, I would say that would be where I would say are really going to have disruptions in there, and then closely followed by other industries. And I must say that this is just a general take. For example, when you pick a country like Nigeria, the industries that drones and AI are really creating a lot of focus and disruption in is the energy, because Nigeria is huge on energy, whereas in Ghana and other countries, mostly on the geospatial end. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. And one of the sectors you mentioned was constructions. I will move to Emmanuel. How ready, again, do you think we are for drone and AI disruption, especially in the construction space? And what do you think is driving this readiness? Cost, data, regulation, etc.?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This is very interesting discussion, and I truly believe that by the end of the discussion, we are going to have a very good decision, result-oriented, input. Because for real estate, let me narrow it down to real estate. I think Desimone is here to take care of the rest of the construction aspects. So when you look at real estate, typically, drones are with us already. It's not something that we are expecting, just that we need to make good use of it and let understanding of how it's useful to the industry increase. These days, if you have a building, for instance, a high-rise building, the only way you can see from the top is by drone. If you are surveying a huge tract of land, the only way you can be able to go through the length, the breadth, and the width of it is drone. It's actually solving the problem of delaying, or, if you are surveying a large tract of land, you either have to go through the whole tract, for instance, 100 acres, or even thousands of acres. Now, drones are making it more easier for, some of these surveys. And it is something that we need to embrace. It helps in decision-making, monitoring purposes. Let me go a little bit into road construction. Look at the new constructions that are going on. You can see drone videos of how they are progressing. Gone were the days you have to drive there. But with such a technology, it's making things easier and faster for us. And this is a good news to the whole of Africa, and we need to take it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kweku, how do you think drones are changing infrastructure planning and monitoring?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. So I think I'll probably take it from the top, because your earlier question had to do with which industry was most primed. The construction and infrastructure sector, but I think agriculture currently is most prime, whether they are ready or not, because if I look around and globally, I think agriculture is the industry, especially in Ghana and Africa, that is quite technology deficient. So with that, and drone technology becoming, let's say, a bit more affordable, agriculture in Africa is really primed to take advantage of drone technology and AI to be able to improve crop yields, and then ensure that there's food security, and then all of that. Then I think a close second will be infrastructure and construction, and then I'll come into your question about planning. So currently, when it comes to infrastructure planning and then construction, we've at least adopted what is basically the bare minimum which is in terms of precision mapping and geospatial service, LiDAR service. It's the go-to thing. It's not a luxury now. If you don't have it, like you said, I don't see how you can do a 100-acre plot. So recently, we had a client who wants to develop a 600-hectare, let's say it's like a new town or a new community. If I cast my mind back to the previous traditional method of surveying, I don't know how many months that would take. So we are making investments in employing drone, like generally smart technology in infrastructure planning and then construction. So that is one key. But like I said, it's bare minimum because whatever we are doing now, I think there's a big difference what is out there globally and then what we are doing now. So geospatial mapping is one. We, at Desimone, because we work across the spectrum, we do works for mines and then build buildings in the cities as well. So in the mines, too, we use the drones to do volumetric analysis of our bulk earthworks. And so those are the two key things that we are currently using drones for. Not so much of an AI adoption, but at least on the drone side, we use that. Okay, thank you.
So far we've spoken more about drones. It's like we've not really touched the AI aspect, so I'm happy you mentioned that comment. So I'll throw it across board. Have you seen the adoption of AI on a rapid scale across the industries that you play in? I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think that as you rightly mentioned, I think with any technology, it starts from somewhere. And I think that when drone technology started, initially it was about the fascination of the drones flying, and then we moved to the era of really about the data the drone is capturing. So whether it's visual data or invisible data like LiDAR or thermal or any multispectral data, we then went into that era where it was all about the data. Now the drones are generating so much data, okay, for any mapping you do or for any inspection you do, there's so much data. So now the question is, how do we ensure that there's an automated way, there's a more intelligent way to interpret the data, to derive certain information easily out of that data? And so that is where you have now a lot of AI integration coming in. So for example, I can give a classic case in mining. So previously you would capture this data, say for volumetrics, and then you would use a software, like a processing software to process and then come up with the information. But now you have AI models which basically have been done to ensure that just fly over the mine, and then, of course, with your relevant accuracy coordinates and all of that, and then they can come up with various basic information from not just the volumetrics, but different aspects of the operation of the mine that you can you can generate reports, share with the stakeholders that can be used by the mine. So from mine security to volumetrics to blast monitoring, there's so many information that these AI models are generating. I've also seen that in the area of agric, not so much connected to the drones yet, but with other software companies who are already in the agric space that help with disease detection. So for example, they analyze the leaf of crops, of certain crops, and are able to determine what kind of disease or issue the crops have. And now these were independent, not necessarily connected with the drones. But of course, once you now have an aerial platform that's able to even gather more data, then there's just a natural progression that there'll be the merger of these two things where these software companies will embed AI to be able to make use of the drone data. Yeah. Thank you.
Nicholas. Kweku, please, how about you?
Okay, so I intentionally mentioned the fact that we are not using AI because I work in an industry that is a bit resistant to change. Technology is not really our thing. Whatever works for us for a long period, that's what we work with. But like I said, we are seeing significant investments, especially with us at this morning, knowing that we are industry leaders and some of our peers in the industry. So there's a lot of opportunity for AI. So two other uses of the drones that I did not mention earlier is health and safety. You see cranes all over town, scaffold infrastructure. So what we use the drones for, to be able to do these inspections. And then, so coming to the AI uses, I'm a cost and estimation person. Currently, there are softwares that something that we used to do over a couple of weeks, an AI software can just, with a button, give me an estimate for a high-rise structure, complete, ready for pricing. And with the drones that we are using, if we move to, say, AI-enabled drones, with the HSC, for instance, instead of that data that's collected by the drone being analyzed by a person, an AI software that's got machine learning and everything could use that and then propose solutions for HSC implementation on site. Some of these drones are also used to monitor the progress of site and then also help with, if it's backed with an AI software, help with project scheduling and all of that. Oftentimes, I say that one of the reasons why projects delay in Ghana, it's not always because we are not being paid well or something like that. So I think the initial scheduling and everything, it's not always done right. So you get to the middle of the job, it's like, oh, I should have started this one. But with some of the softwares that are coming now, you are able to do proper sequencing, much better accuracy than, let's say, a human could do. Those are some of the opportunities for AI integration in construction.
Okay. So before I come to you, mentioned the word resistance. So I'll come back to that because there's something I'm curious about when it comes to the drone and AI space and how people are receiving it. So I'll come back to that. But before then, please go ahead. So.
Okay, thank you. Like I said earlier, the real estate industry is already making use of the drone technology, and let me put it, AI. In recent times, you can have a viewing virtually, so you don't need to physically come to the site to see what is happening or how the site looks like. We can basically arrange a virtual viewing so that you see the site layout, the topography, and how the community, for instance, is structured, where roads are being demarcated. It gives you an actual overview of the community where if you want to invest, you have an idea what it comes with. AI is able to give us beautiful 3D designs, and with the help of construction engineers, most of those things come into life. It is the AI aspect that gives us more insight. You see how the completion is going to be even before the work starts. And that is like a roadmap to which we are working with. There are investors that might not be in the country, but with the help of AI, drone technology, and other technological tools, we are able to project an investment proposal, and they can see the reality of it, even though they might not be here. For instance, if you are a developer or a real estate investor, and you are investing into a property, you are not in Ghana, you are in the US, UK, Dubai, name it. You can monitor the progress of the project wherever you are, simply because we have AI that is helping. We have drone technology, we have a lot of other tools that are helping all these things to come into being. And let me mention the Ghana PropTech Association came into being because we realized that technology is coming more into real estate. And it is the only way we can embrace, new things in the industry. Because if we don't embrace it now, for how long are we going to have that? So we came up with the Ghana PropTech Association to integrate technology into the real estate. Because technically, or the fundamental thing is that we are already using it. We can conduct, you can go to a property, you do your videos, you post online, but how about if we have it in a more structured way, in a more systematic way, professional way, so that once you are viewing it, you have the confidence in whatever you are investing into. So for real estate, I think, and I will say again that we are already living with the realities of AI in the industry. Thank you.
So back to the resistance. How has reception generally been? Because with some of the benefits you have all outlined here about drones and AI improving efficiency and all that, isn't there that challenge of people being afraid that AI and drones are going to take over their jobs and render them redundant? So please, since you raised the word resistance, I'll start with you.
Okay, so I think the resistance to technology in construction is because, you acquire skills over a period of time, and then all of a sudden, there's new technology. I remember one of the things that gave me a good start in construction is when I started at my firm, we were taken to a site in Aflao on a big government project at the time. The seniors in the firm that I met were not really computer savvy. Those times were doing quantity surveying, takeoffs on sheets and all of that. But I had come in fresh. I could do anything with Excel, and straight away, I was moved up. So I think that's one of the reasons why sometimes. But looking at the industry, say for the past 10 years, I think it's become an adapt or die mantra, because if you don't learn the new technology, or if a business, for instance, if you don't adapt the new technology, there's no way you are going to survive. So mining companies 8 years ago were not doing volumetric analysis with drones, but today if you don't have one, you are not a serious business. Yesterday I was speaking to a friend. Every single geomatic engineer I know is a drone pilot now. If you are not one, then again, you're also not a serious person. So there are some challenges with cost and all of that, but I think right now with this ecosystem of drone companies, if I'm a small-time construction firm, I don't necessarily need to buy a $20,000 drone you may not have jobs for that, but because you can get the service and pay for it, it makes the usage reasonable and economical for you. So yes, there's the resistance generally, but I think there are positives to take from how industry people are approaching technology and then drone technology. Yeah.
Nicholas, how about you regarding resistance?
I think maybe the insight I can share on this has to do with, this really cuts across every industry. I'm not an aviation professional, but let me borrow from aviation. From the little I know in aviation, I think the planes that a lot of these airlines are using are relatively older planes. What I mean by that is that, for example, today, I'm sure amongst our audience, some people are driving 2026 Range Rover, 2025 Range Rover, and all of these type of models. But the flights, probably some of us will take to London or will take to Dubai. It's probably a plane that was made 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So the key question is to understand the underlying principle, why resistance or change is subtle in some industries and not subtle in others. So for example, in aviation, it's because of safety. They established safety protocols, and these systems have worked and have been dependable. So it's the same when you come into the drone space, when you come into traditional industries like mining, construction, energy, is because there are certain protocols. So things like safety, ROI, and then established way of working. So the way drone technology, I have seen being able to kind of push through resistance is one, through, for example, proof of concepts. So where management, you can actually demonstrate ROI in terms of doing an actual simulation or pilot project for different companies. So for example, you now have systems like the autonomous systems. Now companies, for example, the mines and other industries are remotely piloting these aircraft with pilots. Now we're moving into the era of automation, where you can have systems which are set up and can operate 24/7. We are seeing resistance to these systems, but ultimately, for certain industries where you can demonstrate that you can't have a pilot 24/7 throughout the night or changing shifts flying these drones, from an operational efficiency point of view, from a safety point of view, it's better to have an autonomous system like a dog. You can push through the resistance that certain industries will have with the adoption of the technology. So I think that it all comes down to being able to demonstrate new levels of efficiency, being able to demonstrate that these systems will operate in a safe way or will be safe. And then for some industries, it's also about the accuracy of the data that is being provided, that it wouldn't compromise the work that existing systems have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel.
Resistance are real in every sector, just like my other panelists have mentioned. You know, just like computer, when computer came into being, there were resistance because people were using typewriter and all that. But with time, some of those people got to realize that they need to adapt. And today, we move from desktop, laptop, now we can virtually do everything on our phones. And it's a trend, it's growth. So once it comes, we need to analyze and see where we can take our positions. Now, when you come to the real estate sector, one of the things that I could say has been a resistance is cost. So for instance, when there is an autonomy, price goes up. So assuming we have only one drone company in Ghana, you can understand how the pricing will be. We were here somewhere in the 90s when mobile phones or telecommunications came. We were buying SIM card for over, whatever amount. But today, you don't even need SIM card anymore. eSIM, you are good to go. Now, the cost associated with it sometimes is what drives people. But the more we are having, kind of it coming into the space, competition comes up, prices drop, and everybody becomes more, flexible in using it. Then, in terms of the technical know-how, we'll have people who will feel reluctant in using it because they find it difficult to use. But it takes training, education to go through that process. And with real estate, once again, that period, I think, is gone. Because these days, if you don't know how to adapt to how technology is working, you can't do business. Because most of the business partners might not even be in Ghana. But how are you going to do business with people that are not in Ghana? How will you present your business packages and, let's say, properties to them if you don't have technologically backed evidence, So this will be my take on that.
Thank you. And one sector that has come up consistently is also agriculture. Yes. And so we'll talk about precision agriculture here. How is precision agriculture shifting farming from reactive to predictive? Kweku, I'll start with you.
Okay, so I think I'm not an agricultural person, but recently I was just reading a report by the MasterCard Foundation, and I think there's this Ghanaian firm, Farmerline, and they have some range of smart technologies that they have available to farmers. So with precision agriculture, for instance, if previously you are a farmer with, let's say, 10 acres of farm, it would be difficult to be able to spot some of the signs that maybe your crops are defective or something. But now, if you're flying a drone over that area of land, linked to a software that even if you, the farmer, cannot afford, a service company is providing to you, you are able to know before. So it becomes a preventative thing in order to make sure that you get crop yield. So all these tools are here to help us be efficient and then get things right. So, yeah.
Nicholas.
Okay, I think that agriculture I'll contextualize this, Ghana, Africa, and then maybe the rest of the world. So I think that from where I sit, agriculture has been a really curious case in terms of the adoption of drone technology. Theoretically, there's so much potential, and that's why he mentioned that it's one industry that you would expect a lot of disruption and AI. However, when you go on the ground, you realize that in a lot of parts in Africa, and then as well Ghana, the adoption of drone technology in agriculture is not what it should be. I mean, you have other industries who have outpaced agriculture in the adoption of the technology. But we can see that theoretically the benefits are there. Spraying farms with drones is faster. There are certain communities that even getting labor to be able to use these knapsack sprayers to spray a lot of hectares or acres of land is difficult. And it's also saving chemicals. So theoretically, the benefits are good. Even a lot of stakeholders in the agri space want to be able to map all the farms in Ghana, know the zones for whichever crops are being grown. So there's so much data, there's so much information, there's so much application for drones in agriculture. But the key question has been, why has the technology not been adopted as much as we want to see? And from where I sit, some of it also has to do with, by nature, agriculture is dominated by smallholder farmers, for example, in Ghana. Okay, not a lot of these farmers can afford this technology. Some of the technology can be expensive. For example, my brother spoke about being able to detect disease or pests within the farm if you want to fly the drones. Now, to do that, sometimes you need a multispectral drone. These drones can be expensive, okay? And then also with service providers, a lot of service providers are sitting in Accra, and yet you have a farmer who is in the north. Agriculture is also time sensitive. You have an outbreak of a disease or pest right now, and there needs to be effective, proactive engagement. I mean, when was it, 2017 or 2018, when we had the fall army worm that affected maize crops. A lot of maize crop farms were destroyed because of this. So I think that there's a lot of work that can be done here. And for me, from where I sit, some of the solutions lie in farmers operating as cooperatives, service providers being prepared to have outstations, regional outstations, to be able to be closer to the farmers. Also, agricultural stakeholders coming up with programs that can empower farmers to be able to employ science, data, and all of these type of things, drone, AI, within the agricultural space. So that's the input I have there. Thank you.
I think Nicholas said a lot, but what I want to add to it is, like he rightly said, the size of our farms are not, not reasonable. You can't have meaningful agriculture if you have, say, peasant farmers owning 2 acres here and there. So you can't adopt technology. And if you don't adopt technology, what you are doing is not productive. So I guess with the technology coming in now, or we knowing that there's the potential for the technology, I know there are quite a number of companies that are going into the space now. The one that comes to mind all the time is Farmerline. That would be able to help people who want to go into farming on a large scale, adopt these precision technologies that will get us better crop yield, more value for the farmer, and then food security. Yeah.
Right. Agriculture is a very big thing for us as a country and even as a continent. And we need to focus on growing what we eat so that even if we have to export, good news for us. But I will support the 2 points my brothers, came up with, because commercial farming is something that is not, it has not been practiced a lot in our part of the world. And I think it's about time we take it to the next level. For the past 3 years, I know one company that is into serious tomato farming and FarmMate. as we speak, they produce tomatoes every day. They supply tomatoes every day in Accra and some part of Tema. Now, I think 3-4 years ago, they decided to go into farming. And they acquired a big tract of land. Then they started. Now, they are trying to do more sustainable ways. So install solar and all that. At the end of the day, they need to increase the capacity because they realize that we were importing a lot of tomatoes from, the North, Mokina, and the rest. And they started having other branches. But without technology, it will be difficult to actually manage. Talk about pest control, talk about weed control, application of, weeds and all that. Then we go into harvesting, storage. So I think we rather need to do more education and intentional investment into agriculture because God has blessed us with the land and we need to till the land to produce more crop or to feed our country. Thank you. This is my take.
Thank you. And Dr. Lope, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So far we've been talking about how drones and AI are transforming various industries, speaking about agriculture, construction, various industries, and you came right on time because we are come to talk about energy next. So we'd like to find out how critical is drone surveillance for protecting energy infrastructure?
Yes, in Africa, it's very critical, and it's a priority and a need, because in the petroleum or the energy sector, it's heavily invested sector. It's also a high-risk sector. We all know the impact of petroleum if anything goes wrong. The detonation, the effect on the environment, effect on human lives, effect on the economy. So there is no room for error when it comes to the energy sector. And the need for drone and AI-enabled technologies help us to be able to be predictive and also foresee what is yet to come. You can imagine the infrastructure from the offshore all the way up north, the massive investment with the pipelines, with the storage capacities, even with the transport of these products, which are very hazardous. And at every level of this complex system or architecture, there must always be an eye. And as human as we are, it gets to a point where our human efforts cannot do it anymore. And that is the point where technology comes in to help us to see what's happening when we go to sleep, to see what's happening when these products are being transported, when we are not physically there, to see what's happening when these infrastructure and pipelines are being corroded because of the chemical nature and the reactions that comes with it. To be able to know that within this period and with this kind of throughput or transmission, this pipeline can last maybe 5 years, 10 years, or even lower, so that we can plan for upcoming investments. So these emerging technologies, it's key. It's very key to the whole, for us to achieve the goals that we are supposed to achieve. So it's a very key element in whatever we do as a sector.
Thank you. And how can drones and AI in general improve Ghana's global competitiveness? Emmanuel, starts with you.
Okay, how can drone technology impact growth?
And our competitiveness in general, because you mentioned something about exports when you were talking, which is something that we really need to pay attention to if we want to compete globally.
Yeah.
So in general, how do drones and AI contribute to Ghana's global competitiveness?
I think Ghana, we are fortunate to start a number of things. And we are also fortunate to host the seat of AFTA as well. And these are competitive advantages we have. But until we are able to uphold that and being intentional about it, we we may be overtaken by, other countries. But largely, when it comes to Africa, I know we are doing our best, except that we need to do more to move the country or the economy forward. We have a lot of potentials. We have a lot of the technical know-how. We have a lot of resources. I think the only thing we need is to implement them or putting them to effective use and, do more collaboration with the necessary stakeholders and industries as well, so that we can have a very effective competitive advantage. We say Ghana is a gateway to Africa, and of course, I think we all agree to that fact. However, there are other countries, both in Africa and other parts of the world, and every country is striving to grow. So we need to be more intentional. We need to take certain key decisions in terms of policies and also engaging the private sector. Well, most of the time, governments come up with the policies, and the policies are supposed to be, driven by the private sector. But if the policies are not friendly enough, it affects, the private sector, and it makes investment a bit difficult. I was talking about the real estate aspect, and you see now we have a lot of projects coming up in Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the likes. And I will attribute part of it to technology because gone were the days, it's difficult to actually survey a land. It's actually difficult to even know the boundaries. And it keeps giving us some amount of conflict here and there. But, with what we are experiencing now, if we keep being intentional about it and pushing it the right direction, we will be able to be a market leader or economic leader. And I think it's playing off when you compare to other countries. All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'll look at it in three, different aspects. So as individual firms and industries within the country adopt smart technologies, drone, AI, what have you, they're obviously going to be more competitive. They will produce better results. And especially, I'll go back to Agreg. If we are able to utilize it there, like I said, better crop yields, we don't have losses. We all complain about food price hikes and all of that. So that is one area where I really see the growth on a higher level than, say, on an individual company level. Unfortunately, those of us in Africa, in spite of everything that we are saying about drones and AI technology, we are mainly consumers. We're not producers of the technology, so you are still a bit disadvantaged even when you are using it because you'll be spending high and forex to go buy the technology to use it. So if we can also look at making sure we can replicate or produce some, you have the technology, you know it. If we can also have our in-country innovators build up AI software. I know the politicians talk a lot, digitalization. We've got to make it not just talk, but make sure that there are policies that are driving that. Like I said, I'll make my work as an example. Some of the softwares that we are using, that we are having to pay high subscription fees, could easily be designed by a Ghanaian tech person. So that's where I think you can get value. Then the other thing is, on the third level, is I know most of the drone companies in Ghana, you probably may not be able to compete for a job in Germany, but you can get something in Sierra Leone or Liberia. There are mines there. So they will also bring in some forex. So those are some of the ways that I think we can get value from the technology.
Yeah, I think that I fully agree with the thoughts he shared. I think that in the area of Agreg, where sustainability, traceability is becoming very key in international markets, I think that drones can be used, drone and AI technology can be used to ensure that whatever we're doing in the agri space is sustainable, and then there's also clear traceability in terms of how we are carrying out our practices and how our produce is coming out. So I think in that area, beyond cost efficiencies and operational efficiencies for improved yields, traceability, sustainability, these are areas that can also give competitive advantage within the agri space. I think that the area of, in terms of being able to innovate with the technology, I think that is key. I mean, if you look at it, less than probably 5% of the drone space in Africa is filled by international manufacturers. I mean, you don't have a lot of manufacturers originating out of Africa. And I think once we can have that, not manufacturers only of the hardware components, but also software that is used to process these data and then also come up with informed insights into these things, into various industries. I think that this will be a good way. Beyond that, I think maybe the last thing I want to say is that normally when we focus on industries, we tend to focus on industries that are kind of generating something. So what I mean by that is like agriculture, mining, and all of these type of things. But let's not forget also the bedrock of the industries. It is capacity. Okay, the capacity of the people. And because this is an emerging technology, I think if we can also emphasize on lifting the capacity of our youth, okay, through training, through workshops, through programs, I think that generally by increasing the skill level, not only in application of the technology, not only in the making of the technology, but in, I mean, the complete aspects from regulation to different areas of the technology, I think that that can also be a competitive advantage to ensure that our people can actually even go out and then be able to perform services and then also be able to give Ghana a competitive advantage when it comes to drones, AI, and robotics. Thank you.
Yes, I think I back my colleagues here. There are enormous opportunities when it comes to the AI, the platforms, the software bit of it, the hardware bit of it, and all that. Even the prompts with the AI, the chatbots with the AI can be customized to suit certain sectors. So even though we are not proprietary manufacturers of these systems, we can come at the back end of the software side of it, things where we can generate specific prompts for specific sectors and industries. Because the way the AI would respond to, let's say, a prompt in Germany would be different from here. Because our climates are different, our crops are different, our seasons are different. So there are a lot of opportunities. And those of us here that are in these sectors should dive deep, and then we can, uncover these things. Other things are to also try as much as possible to partner with these sectors, to do research, to ask us what we want derived from these systems and platforms. What are the insights? What are the reportings? What are the specific details that we need when we give these chatbots the prompts to give us the request? And we can tailor it to suit us here in Ghana and Africa as a whole. So we don't necessarily have to manufacture the hardware. We don't necessarily have to manufacture the primary software that comes with the system. But then on the other side of things, we can tailor it to suit our needs here in Africa and here in Ghana. Thank you.
Maybe one last thing I would like to add is that, you know, that this industry, drones, AI, robotics, compared with other industries, is essentially like a niche industry. So, for example, if you pick mass market products compared with a technology like this, it's a niche industry. And typically with the niche industries, one way to gain competitive advantage is through a lot of research and through a lot of proof of concepts. We have been in this space for so long, and there are applications which are evident to everyone. So, for example, photography, videography, now mapping, surveying. But I'm sure if I mention to some of our audience here that we have been on projects where drones have been used in underground mines, okay? People think of drones as aerial vehicles, but we have worked on projects where drones have been embedded with sensors specifically developed to map underground mines for what? Because of safety, sending ground personnel into these mining stopes and all of that. So when we also think of it, let's think of being able to gain competitive advantage through research, knowing that this is a niche market, it relies on a lot of proof of concept, and sometimes sending the solutions to the industry and to the people that you are looking for. And that, again, is my emphasis on the youth, my emphasis on capacity building, because that is what will open the door to making sure that there are opportunities for Ghanaian youth, Ghanaian entrepreneurs, and Ghana to be the beacon of drone technology. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take 3 questions from the audience, then we wrap up. Does anyone have a question?
Okay, so when the microphone gets to you, you let us know your first name, maybe your company name, and then your question. If you want to direct your question at any of our panelists, feel free. If not, and it's general, feel free. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Maxwell Amuzu. I'm from Wisconsin. I've heard you guys talk a lot about different areas and what they're doing and all of that. But one thing that is missing is what happened to like security? Because all these drones, they collect data. What happens to like say evidence collection, and how do you process all of those things? Thank you.
Who would like to take the response? Or would you like us to take all the questions at a go, then you answer? Okay. So, second question, please.
All right, second question. Okay.
All right, good morning. My name is Israel Jokum from Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mine is not a question, it's an addition. As we all speak, I'll speak from data science perspective. We are all talking about collecting of data in terms of this drone surveillance that we are all talking about here. Now, in building predictive models, data is very, very important. And as they all speak, I think one thing is missing here. In Ghana, you can see that collecting of our data, every company or industry has its own data, but bringing it together is one major problem that we are all facing. Because if you go to this public data platforms that you want to get the data like Physionet, Kaggle, it's very, very difficult to come across Ghanaian data or African data. And building these predictive models in terms of agriculture to know the outbreak of diseases in health, you have to be able to get the data, quality data, so that these models will not be biased, because most of the models that we are dealing with in this AI perspective, most of them are built on foreign data. And when it becomes like that, biasness comes into play. So we will not be able to use it wisely when we want to do predictive analysis in Ghana or in Africa. So my addition is that as we are all into this industry, let's make sure that research will be done in the sense that we can bring all our data together so that when we are building these predictive models, it will work perfectly without any bias. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question.
Thank you. My name is James. I'm coming from SGS Ghana Limited. So in this part of the world, especially Ghana, we know that enforcement is always a problem. So I'm coming in the name of Galamsey. We've talked about drones, and a lot of the time is about surveillance. My question goes to the doctor. What do you see, the role of drones in terms of enforcing? Because right now it goes up there and it surveys and takes the pictures, takes the videos. What do you see in the future in terms of enforcement by the drone directly? And I hope you understand what I'm saying, because now you are hitting the Galamsey. Thank you.
Can I go ahead? Yes, okay, thank you very much. I think I'll start with our last person. Yes, enforcement can be done because we've seen it in other jurisdictions and other places. But we also need the backing of the policymakers, because without an act or a law, you can't just mount an armor on a drone and start dissipating on people. There must be guided principles and guidelines to it. So it's about our leaders and the policymakers. If they give us the go-ahead to do it, it can be done, because we've seen it being done elsewhere. Even firefighting, I've seen it in real time where drones are being used to fight fire in China. With this weaponry aspect of it, we see it. I just don't want to mention names, but the question is, are we ready for it as a people? And do we have the backing of the policymakers to initiate these processes? Because if they give us the green light to go ahead, our armed forces can easily do this without any problems. But before we do anything or before we act, you need the backing of the law. Thank you.
Thank you. For our first question.
Well, I mean, the little I know about data security is that currently we have a lot of laws and regulation. There's a data protection agency. So I think that sort of guides every data that's collected by drones. And then also there's GCAA permitting companies so that you don't have to take sensitive national security information from certain areas. So I think that is being regulated. Most of us, at least in my field, well, the data that we are collecting is what really pertains to our sites and restricted sites and all of that. So generally, the regulations are in there for data protection and security.
Nicholas, Emmanuel, do you have anything to add before we wrap up?
All right, so I would like to add to what my senior said. We have the data protection law. So when it comes to security, data safety, it is the data protection authority that handles that. And, you know, we are a country that is guided by law. And most of the things that we need to do has to follow the law that has been passed. If the laws are not in existence, then there are proposals to Parliament or the right channel for such laws to be passed to help the industry. And I would like to highlight the fact that this gathering is one of the key processes to get information or to gather data and communicate, new ideas to leadership, so that since it is a technology, it has not been there for a long time, we can see how we can adapt and then move our country forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola.
I think maybe what I have to add to that is just to contextualize everything. I think that a lot has been said about local regulation, and even that there's so much that can be said about enforcement. But I think one angle of data protection or data security is also to look at it from an international perspective. So for example, first of all, as I said before, these technologies, over 95% of the manufacturers are from outside. So the question is, how do we know that the technology that we are using or applying here have the right safety protocols in terms of the data that is captured? Are these data going back to the manufacturers, or where is the data ending up? Is it localized? Is there a cloud? And how are all these things being taken care of? So there are international standards which are also emerging. There are things like the Blue UAS. Some of those things are a little bit more technical, but in general, they are international standards or regulations trying to identify so that drones that are being used meet certain data security standards. And then there are also independent private data security experts who kind of test these drone systems within the ecosystem to provide assurance or to provide reports, flagging areas where they can see maybe lapses in data security, and then also areas where they think that things are progressing in the right way. So I think international perspective, and then also the role of private security or private firms that conduct data security assessments on some of these drones. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll conclude with one word each from each of you regarding drone and AI from the conversation we've had. I have gotten adapt, I've gotten growth, I've gotten education and training, I've gotten a lot, but I will make yours more difficult by using just one word to summarize the conversation we've had today. So I'll start from compound word. I'll start from Dr. Olugo.
I would say compliance. Just that.
All right, Emmanuel.
Youth empowerment.
That's 2 words. Quick.
That's compound, you know.
Can I use a word I've used already?
You've used a lot. So
Adapt or die.
adapt or die. That's 3 words, but it's okay. And then Nicholas.
Just use a word from the subject of our discussion, transformation.
Transformation. Okay, so transformation, adapt or die, youth empowerment, and compliance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
A round of applause for that wonderful panel discussion on transforming Africa's industries with drone and AI. And so as tradition demands, our moderator and panelists will rise up for a group picture on stage. And as they do that, we'll take a spot of music in the background. Very important announcement. In a few minutes, we'll be having a very important launch of a service that is transforming this industry. And so we would like that everyone in the lobby, please take your seats and let's get ready for this very exciting service we are about to unveil. Thank you. I'm sure we can put our hands together one more time for our excellent moderator and our amazing panelists. We truly appreciate you. Thank you. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. It is now time for us to unveil a game-changing service by Axis Drone Service, which is designed to redefine concession due diligence across Africa. So look to the person next to you and ask them, are you ready? Make sure you get an answer. Are you ready? And so if you're ready like I'm ready, fix your eyes on the screen for the video. Thank you.
Currently, when our small-scale miners get a concession, they go and dig this place. There's not enough gold there. They leave it. They go and dig there. There's not enough gold. They leave it. They come and dig here. There's not enough gold. They dig here until they find something. By the time they find something and they're mining, they've dug all over the concession. Today, it's possible to precisely map out where the mineral prospect is.
Drone magnetic surveys are conducted by attaching a magnetometer to a drone, deploying over large areas where variations in the Earth's magnetic field can be measured. It is useful for revealing geological structures and other rock formations in the Earth that are associated with minerals like gold, iron ore, manganese, copper, and the likes. It differs from traditional or other conventional means of mineral exploration in that it is not only faster, it's safer, a very sustainable and low impact means of performing these explorations. Drone magnetic surveys inject much needed speed into the exploration process by covering large areas of difficult and inaccessible terrain. Now, we aim to help mining companies move faster and arrive at data-driven decisions that move them closer to their goals. At Axis Drone Surveys, we're redefining how Africa explores its rich natural resources. With drone technology added with expert insights, we're helping mining companies explore smarter, safer, and protect their environments. This is exploration done right, with drones leading the way.
It now falls on my shoulder to make welcome our moderator for the next panel on the topic, Advancing Sustainable Mining with Drone and AI Technology. And so help me acknowledge and welcome our moderator upstage. He is a seasoned local content development and sustainability professional with over a decade worth of experience in the extractive industry. His core expertise includes complex stakeholder landscape management, strategic local content planning, and execution and partner agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a BSc in Earth Science, which is geology, and he has completed the Lean Six Sigma. He is the co-director of the Ashanti Gold Initiative, and we are excited to have him here. Help me welcome upstage our moderator for this panel, Charles Entry Kwarteng.
It's still morning. Yes. Good morning, all of you. I would like to welcome you to the second panel discussions for today. And the topic, as already mentioned, Advancing Sustainable Mining with Drone and AI Technology. So to help us do this, I would like to introduce my panelists. One from the University of Ghana, we have Prof. Prince Ofori Amponsa, who is the head of the Earth Science Department. Prof, if you're here, kindly climb the stage. That's my department, so I presuppose we can clap a bit more. We also have with us our host, Alvin Randy Kofi, Deputy CEO, who has already spoken. And then from our regulatory body, we have Engineer Frank Pedro Asari, Director of Minerals Commission. And then lastly, the only lady amongst us, Della Ahetochega, from SLR Consulting Ghana Limited. Hello, just to check that the mics are working.
Hi.
As we wait for Madame Della.
Hello.
Thank you, and welcome once again. So we'll get right into it. I think that across Africa, mining companies are being charged with the task of mining or extracting value. Not only that, but to do that in a very responsible manner. And one of the key tools that seems to be emerging is the AI technology and drone technology, which has become, one of the practical tools we can use to measure the impact in the mining space and mining operations, but also to meet ESG requirements by using real and verifiable data. Hitherto, like the video we just watched of what the president said, people did whatever they wanted to do. But now you can have a tool that is guided, or that can guide us to be able to mine in a very sustainable manner. So today this session is intended to walk us through that. What are the practical, from your perspectives and personal experiences, what are the practical nuances of that to be able to ensure that we are able to mine in a very sustainable manner using AI and drone tech. So my first question, and probably I would want to start off with my lecture, and then I can go on to the regulator. So my first question would be, and in recent times, the concept of sustainability has become very prominent in the mining space. But it is not always the first thing, for example, that should come to our mind when we talk about mining, which in itself, it's a problem. Now, how are drones and AI helping to change this narrative that we have so adopted for so long?
Yeah, thank you. But to begin with, there's a perception I would want to take out of our brains. It's said, it's either you grow or you mine. That's our whole living. If you cannot grow, the next thing you have to do is to mine. And if you look all around us, the buildings, the cars we use, everything we use is literally for mining. So mining is something that will stay with us from today to time immemorial. So mining would be with us forever. So we should keep that in mind. Mining itself, when you look at the perception with mining, once you say mining, people will start thinking about environmental degradation. People will start thinking of community destabilization. All of these things come to mind. Yes, I would not say these things are not associated to mining, but this is where I think AI and drone technology have also come to play. One thing they have done is that at least things that are supposed to be very evasive to the ground, AI technology is making it more evasive for us. So naturally, you don't need us to be on the ground to do certain things that would disturb the ground and also disturb the communities. But when you employ things such as drone, first of all, when you look at mining, you would always start with exploration. Exploration itself has about 60 to 70% environmental footprints all associated to it. Because you'd have to do line cutting, meaning that you have to cut trees, you would have to dig the ground, you would have to go into the community. So all of these things gives a lot of footprints to it. But when you go onto a concession or when you go into a tenement license, the first thing you can do is that before you would even enter the ground and start doing anything on the ground, you can just simply use a drone. A drone would cover the whole ground. You can use drone to do grid for you. So exactly, you know that these are the exact points I'm supposed to go and work on. So instead of digging or instead of cutting trees all over the place, it becomes a precise science. Okay, so you take all away all the assumptions that you need to do. And that is key to whatever we do. Number two, drone technologies have all these hyperspectral sensors associated to it. And you know that when it comes to exploration, you are dealing with specifics. I.e., if we take gold mineralization, most of our gold comes in disseminated sulfides. Okay? These sensors on drone is able to map up these things for you as quickly as possible. And therefore, you can still do a precise science rather than walking onto the ground and breaking things and cutting out things the way it's supposed to be. So drone itself is helping us a lot. Number two, when it comes to AI technologies, you could realize that now mining itself is a highly technological space. Data mining, data technology has become key. I.e., when holes are drilled, okay, you can use spectral machines to just scan them. And based on these spectral machines, you would use machine learning-based algorithm to actually put things together for you by way of alteration technology to tell you specifically where the things are. One, it saves you a lot of time. Two, it saves you a lot of cost from where I sit. And if you go to many mines today, these are the technologies that they are using. So I must say mining itself is a space that has well adapted the AI technology. They've well adapted the drone technology from where I sit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And to take from what you spoke on the narrative, I think that it's very important. It's one of the things that we take a bit lightly. But anytime we talk about mining, especially in the Ghanaian context or African context, our mind strictly goes to Galamsey, which is quite unfortunate because that's not mining, right? And so this narrative is very key in terms of how we look at it. So I would want to go to our regulator, engineer, what the Minerals Commission, is looking at in terms of changing this narrative.
Thank you and good morning to our cherished guest. So at Minerals Commission, I will take the opportunity to talk briefly about the licensing regime. So in accordance to the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, we have two types of license, the small scale and the
large scale. It is the new government that is working to introduce the medium scale now. Large scale, foreigners and Ghanaians can participate, but small scale for only Ghanaians. And the maximum acreage you can acquire for small scale is within the ranges of 25 acres. And for large scale, you can, for application for small scale, mostly you need to get the coordinates, then you apply to the Minerals Commission using the Minerals Cadastral Administration System, the MCAS, so it is online. People just pick areas and they don't know whether the place is mineralized. Then they put in an application, they get the license, and they go in search for the, sometimes when they're applying, you need to indicate which how you are going to look for, so gold, diamond, and what have you. Recently, some people were in my office. I asked, have you done any basic search? He says none, but he's just coming in for the license. For large scale, because it is capital intensive, you can either go in for first the recognizance license, just for you to go and ascertain whether or not that place is mineralized. Then you can convert your recognizance licenses to prospecting licenses, but you can also straightforward apply for the prospecting license. That gives you the opportunity, as Prof was talking about, to, for recognizance, you are not allowed to go in to dig trenches. You are just going to survey, look at for the place. So mostly it is a huge land, but for the prospecting, maximum about 157 kilometers square. Then you are able to go in there, then you zero it in about 3 years' time, you can come for renewal. Then we have to, by law, you have to share the portion of it back to government, because it is not only you who wants to mine. But the difficulty has always been, where is the mineral? We all know that Ghana is called Gold Coast for a reason. The place is mineralized, but can it support commercial venture where you are able to say that we've done your optimization, you can determine that the amount of deposit here can take you for a year, 2 or 3, so your mine life determination. That is where I have been speaking to people about the drone and AI technology. I used to be the national coordinator for the responsible cooperative mining. I've had series of discussions with Arvin. There, I said, the problem we have with illegal mining has to do more with knowing the mineralized areas. So we need to spend more time, more money on geological investigation, where we are able to ascertain that this is where the mineral is. So where you go in, you are going to mine at where the mineral is, not to do the lottery mining that we see going on. And mostly it is by conversation. Our forefathers used to dig some hole here, so it presupposes that there is gold there. And as the regulator, ours is one, to facilitate the issuance of the licenses. By law, it is only the minister responsible for mining that can issue mineral rights to an individual or a company. So it is not the Minerals Commission. But the Mineral Commission is supposed to recommend and advise the minister in the issuance of those licenses. Then the Minerals Commission is to ensure compliance, whether or not the people we have given the licenses to are working in accordance to law. Now, the AI can help in even monitoring and evaluation. As a regulator, so when you come, currently we have a control room where all earth-moving equipment that are coming into the country with the sole purpose for mining are tracked now from the port. And we have a monitoring room where we are able to detect. Just recently, we were able to detect some earth-moving mining machines that has gone to the field that has not been tracked. And we are able to get all of them from the field using this AI and drone technology. Also, we are able to monitor and ensure that those who are even doing illegal mining can be seen at real time if we go with the AI and drones technology. But for the miners themselves, it helps in health and safety. I used to work in the mine as a mine controller. I have worked in the underground, I've worked in the process plant. Before you start any new work, any miner here will attest to the fact, we do what we call job safety analysis, sometimes called job hazard analysis. The job we're going to do, we don't know the risk levels there. Sometimes we are not able to go there. With technology, we are able to use drone, AI technology to do this risk assessment without sending human beings there. And you get the data real time. That will determine how you put in the control measures. Then, if you go to the mining communities, the problem that is persisting has to do with air quality. With the AI technology and this advancement in drone, we are able to also determine the air quality within these mining communities. And the mining companies must comply to that. So the regulators, both EPA and Minerals Commission, are taking monthly, yearly reports on all these things. So drone and AI technology is, for me, a game changer if it is well implemented. So like my deputy CEO said, in the mining industry, data is as important as money.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful and dove into my next question, which was exactly that on monitoring. So I want to take your perspective, Dela, on this, if there are specific ESG indicators and how, we can measure that with AI and with drones.
Come again, specific?
ESG.
Oh, ESG indicators, yeah. Okay. So let's start with sustainability, okay. When it comes to sustainability, I think a lot of people usually think about the environment straight. But in actual fact, when you talk about sustainability, you're looking at the environment, you're looking at people, you're looking at the economy. I have worked in the mining industry for, 15 years or so. And, well, being the only female here, so I'll start from that very biased angle. These days, when you talk about sustainability, I think some of the core principles is that you want to be inclusive, you want to include females. And I, being a female, starting my career in the mining industry, this was a bit of a shock as to how we were perceived. So generally in the mining, it's very male-dominated. As a female, you've got to be very assertive for someone to even listen to you, that you know what you're talking about. I'm an engineer, I'm a civil engineer, and I had always dreamt of, being an engineer who doesn't have to sweat it out in the sun, but of course that's not possible. Anyway, so I started my life in the mining industry, and there were a lot of work, lots of projects or lots of studies that we did that required my going out into the field. I joined the environment department, and the environment department means that you are working every day. So basically, I started my work with the environment department, having to go around doing a lot of surveys. Specifically, I was doing closure, but then I was doing other things as well within the environment department, which includes a lot of monitoring. So monitoring of water, monitoring of, our rehabilitation works, just basically monitoring the site to make sure that you're not impacting the environment negatively. And one of the things I would have loved then was if this technology was well advanced then, perhaps it would have saved me a lot of sunburns, perhaps, because we had to do a lot of work. Okay, so I like practical science, so let me make it very practical. When we say monitoring, we are talking about monitoring of, everything. So your environmental impact and everything. So, for example, if you're working in a mine or, in the mines, there are a lot of infrastructures. There's TSFs, there's pits, there's waste rock dams, and me being in the monitoring department, there was a time I had to get a water sample from a pit. And so it took me, I don't know, I think it took us 3 hours, me and then a mining engineer, to get down the pit just to get one sample of water, and then struggle and climb out. But with the drones these days, or with adoption of technology, drones are able to do that. So it could have saved me all the walk into the pit, 3 hours, coming out, sweating, and basically not looking like the female that I want to look like, and being all sweaty. No, this could have saved me a lot. So when we talk about sustainability and we're talking about people, and specifically the fact that it should inclusive, especially in the mining industry, I think adoption of technology would mean that a lot more females can join. I've had a lot of students who talk to me saying that maybe their parents are not so encouraging of them being in the engineering sector. But it's not that bad. It's not that horrible. It looks like, I think some people have the perception that it is very hard work. It is, but times are changing and technology is advancing, which means that the aspect that everybody sees to be hard, which is basically having to walk, having to, stand in the sun, doing hard work, moving, taking samples, carrying, these things can be done with technology. And we don't have to, we can still look good and be in the mining sector. So that's what I'll say.
I think that's major advocacy for every woman here to become a miner, right? Anyway, so I would move to the safety bit of things, and I would come to you, Alvin. From a safety or operational risk perspective, seeing as you do a lot of this work, especially with the service launch that you shared with us, where would you say drones reduce risk the most or improve the safety the most within the mining operations?
Thank you so much. I have a professor on my right, regulator on my left, female engineer on my far left.
Be careful, huh?
I thank you. I'm advising myself. So with respect to safety in the mining sector, I think from my experience at Access Drone Surveys over the last almost a decade now, we have seen the technology advance quite rapidly, just as technology does. I think we can all remember in 2022, 2023, when ChatGPT first came out, what it was able to do, what AI was able to do back then, just 3 years ago, and what it's able to do now. And the drone space is no different, actually. And so as the technology has so rapidly evolved, the need for human intervention has reduced drastically. Initially, we had drones that could only fly for a very limited amount of time. And so you were quite limited with the kind of work that you could actually get done with them. And so the need for more human intervention and more boots on the ground was actually very necessary. But now we have drones that are flying for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We have drones that can be deployed remotely. We have drones that, at the push of a button, a box opens up. As long as they're connected to very stable, reliable power source and a very stable, reliable internet, we can actually deploy drones in Kumasi or Tamale from Accra. And so in terms of safety, I think things have only gotten better, and I think things are only going to get better. So the future is very bright in terms of safety, and it's actually a very exciting time to be in the drone space. To piggyback off a bit of what Engineer Della said about women entering the mining sector because of technology, I think I'll go a step further. I think men and women, the youth, should actually look into entering the mining sector. And the reason being is that technology is a great equalizer. And what I have seen in my personal experience is that whenever you have technology, you end up attracting the youth. And I think that the advancement in technology in the mining sector in the long term is actually going to be very beneficial to us as a country and of course the continent as a whole, in attracting more youth into responsible and safe mining practices. And so I think drone technology is just here to improve our livelihoods. I know that some people feel like it might replace their businesses and they might become redundant, but I'm of the opinion that the technology is there as a tool to be used by us to get things done more efficiently and more effectively. And as a business owner or a business leader, I'm actually very excited to see our regulators speaking about how they're using drones in their operations, and also the professors who are the ones pouring into the next generation. It's very important that they're also very well exposed, just like Prof is, to the latest cutting edge technology, so that it is not when we were in school that everything was very theoretical. But I know Prof is going to bring a very practical aspect of it to his students, and as such, when they graduate and they're finished with school, we'll be ready to employ them. Yeah.
Great. So for all the students here, you have jobs from Access Drone. So just before Prof comes in, so it's more like a day and night type of situation, right? You're concerned about the safety. For every high-skill job, there's a lot of safety nuances to that. But if you look at the risk, then another risk you're concerned about, like you said, moving from a theoretical standpoint to technology, that eliminates the human factor. And I'm sure Prof is very worried about that. He's spending his time teaching students soft and hard skills, only for technology in some time to steal this opportunity. How do we manage this with tech and then with drones?
First of all, I'm not afraid that technology has come in to stay with us. I mean, we need technology to make life a bit more simple. Let me delve in back to the safety aspect of things that you brought, which I think it's a good business point or good business space for Axis and other drone companies that are here. First of all, in every open pit mining, there's one thing that you need to do. Slope stability is key to ensure that the pits that you find yourself in, you don't have the walls breaking down onto you. One good thing that a drone does for all of us is that at least the drone can fly to heights that Della and other engineers would not want to go. Because specifically, you would need geotechnical engineers to be walking around this wall 24/7 to ensure that any little movement that you are seeing by the wall, they are supposed to. But can you imagine a company having 3 geotechnical engineers or 4 geotechnical engineers running a pit? And you have a pit which is almost at around a 20-kilometer square pit. You don't expect this engineer to walk every point in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. And these movements are movements that you are supposed to survey by the minute, because this is precise, so that if anything is happening, you should be able to say that, look, something is happening at this point. And that is where drone technologies do come in for us. So I'm not afraid. This is where you need to empower students. This is where you need students to know that, look, this is what we are going to do. And the drone can monitor a whole pit for you in just an hour, in just 2 hours. It can do that by the day. And you get the engineers to sit down so that they can go exactly where the problem is and they solve it. That is one. Number 2, when you take underground mines exposes you to a lot of things, i.e. gases. Underground mines have stopes. This time we create it in declines, and then we have winzes in there. All manner of gases we are exposed. There's always lack of oxygen that we have into the ground. So underground mine ventilation becomes quite key in terms of what we do. Drone is inanimate. It doesn't breathe. It can enter anywhere within the mine, okay? And with you having the right detectors, the right sensors in there, it can tell you that do not go here. This is the gas that you are going to face. And look, if you joke in an underground mine, you are going to kill human lives straight away. So instead of me wanting to send people into the underground mine first to go and use their jumbos or whatever they need to use, I would want to go in with a drone first. The drone check if whatever gases that find in the ground is right, then the people can enter. So you see, we are not afraid when it comes to teaching and when it comes to drone. To me, I am forward-looking. And most of the faculty at the Earth Science Department, I'm sure in schools where Earth Science is practiced, we are not afraid to incorporate technologies into our courses that we run. For instance, we just changed our BSc courses. And we invited people from the industry to come sit with us, because at the end of the day, we are going to produce students for them. And how we can incorporate all these technologies back into the things that we teach. And Derek, sitting here with Axis Drone, you can ask him the number of times we've invited him to campus, to my office, where we've sat down, we've spoken vis-a-vis to ensure that things go on well for us. I'm happy he's even doing this. And my advice to him is that they shouldn't even just look at the magnetometer space, because that's even just a small portion when it comes to exploration. It just adds up to the total exploration budget that you need to do. It's not the complete tool. So to me, Axis Drone and other companies would need to look at other aspects for which they can go in, because there's a lot of money to be made at the end of the day. There's a lot of people they can employ at the end of the day. So when all of these things go hand in hand, business, school, technology, we end up getting a good world for which at the end of the day, we are all happy about.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm actually very happy to hear that, because I've been in most rooms where the dialogue has always been academia at variance with industry. So to have academia doing the proactive thing of engaging with industry, even as students before they complete, to appreciate what is required for industry is, for me, I believe that to be a game changer. And that's really what should sum up the whole discussion, in the sense that what AI and drone tech is doing for us is making us become or have the ability to be predictive in our decision making. And our older generation miners would appreciate that more. The number of assumptions they had to take in times past. Today, with AI and drone tech, you are able to make a very predictive decision, which also is good for management up there, you know. So for me, that is quite interesting to hear. I want to switch a little to the operational efficiency and cost, and how AI and drone can help us. And I'll come to you, Alvin, since you're finance, and then also to Della. Beyond the mapping and surveying, how does the drones contribute to that operational efficiency that I've just spoken about, and controlling costs? I heard somebody say that one drone, I think in the previous discussion, about $20,000. I was like, wow. And I saw also that, you know, the market for drones is projected to $7 billion. Now, these are huge figures. And for you, finance, and for you, Della, how does this play out into the overall scheme of things?
Ladies first.
That's fine. So again, like I've mentioned, my background is civil, and I do a lot of water engineering work. So in terms of water engineering work, from the operational side, one aspect that requires a lot of monitoring, daily monitoring, is managing your tailings storage facility dams. And I'm sure, even if you don't know what a tailings storage facility dam is, I'm sure you've seen the one the dam failure that happened in Brazil. This was maybe 2019 or so, or earlier. I'm trying to remember the exact date, but basically, if you remember that dam breach that happened, where tailings flowed into rivers and basically destroyed a huge environmental impact, not to talk about a few people losing their lives. And that brought about like a lot of standards where constant monitoring is required. So for me, being a water engineer, one of the areas in which on the operational side that I get involved in is basically managing the water on tailings storage facility dams. Now, this requires understanding your deposition and basically how your tailings beach has formed in your tailings dam, which impacts your storage capacity. So it's very important because back then, tailings dams, I don't know if everybody has a picture of it. I hope you do. But basically, you are just pumping in slurry with solids and water into a dam, and then the solids are settling out, and then the water is on top, and then you manage the water. And the water is one of the key factors that impacts your stability of the dam. So how you manage the water is very important. And to do that, and you were talking about predictive analysis, you need to understand how you are depositing, how your tailings beach is forming, basically how your pond is forming on your TSF, and then you can model that and predict that this is what my pond is going to look like. If it should rain this much, this is what the pond is going to look like, and therefore maybe my pond will expand and hit the walls or the embankments of the TSF, and therefore I need to put in this pumping capacity, something along those lines. Now, in the past, like I mentioned, when I started in my mining career, we used to use boats to understand where the solids are. So for bathymetry surveys, you need human beings who were, floating, life jackets, and then they get on the boat with their echo sounders, and then they survey the whole pond. Okay, but we are talking about ponds and TSFs which are huge. Some are 600 hectares. I don't know if you can imagine that. Some are maybe 1 kilometer squared, if that is easier to imagine. And you have to map out the whole pond with a boat. And this doesn't take one day. It means you need to do it at, over a certain number of days. Just to even get the data, then you sit down and then you analyze, which takes a lot of time. Now, if it's an expensive consultant, he's charging you per every hour, which means that by the time he's done, you've spent quite a bit of money, not to talk about you've put the person at risk, perhaps, and the safety requirements with the cost, the time. But now with drone surveys, you can do bathymetry using drone. So you don't really have to get on the TSF dam. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to get on a pond. You can basically use the drone to do your bathymetry surveys and then get your data in real time. And once the data comes in, it's easy, it's quick to analyze and then use it for the various predictive models that you want to use. So using this technology alone saves you a lot of time, and it's very cost effective, and then it gives you more high precision data. Because if you're thinking about just surveying, you want to survey at every, meter or something to get a proper representation of whatever you are surveying, okay? But if you use the drone survey, this can give you more accuracy as opposed to a human being. Imagine being on water and now measuring, our last transect was here, and now I'm going 1 meter away, and then I'm taking the same data and I'm moving 1 meter. It's not that high precision. And this, again, would impact your predictive analysis, where you have to make a lot of assumptions and then, interpolate and all that. But with drone technology right now, you can do bathymetry surveys quite often to make you understand. So for the mine, this is very important, because then you understand how you're filling up your dam. You understand what your storage capacities are every point in time. And if you're in the mine, rather than thinking that, the processing plant which brings out the gold is like, the main or the money producing department, it would interest you to know that the TSF people are the most powerful people. When you are done and you are pumping the tailings, if you don't have the capacity, you are doomed. You stop processing. So it's extremely important. And not only that, in terms of the safety aspect, in terms of just understanding what is really happening in your dam. The drone surveys just makes this quick and very regular for you to be able to understand what is happening, and for you to put in the measures that you need to put in to be safe to manage your water, and then basically to just ensure that your TSF is operating optimal and it is stable. So maybe now Alvin can come in with the finance aspect.
So to add a bit to what she just said, when the tailings storage facility TSF fails, the regulator will shut the mine down. You cannot, because let me give the picture so you understand. The tailings is probably the way where after the crushing, milling, and absorption process, and it goes through the gold room. I'm a process engineer, so forgive me. So it goes through to the gold room for the electrowinning, and you get your gold. That is what you want. The waste, it is in a form of slurry, like water-like, and we don't want it to disturb the aquaculture. We don't want it to disturb the ecosystem where people were there before. So you have an embankment where you collect all this. That is the tailings she's talking of. Now, if it fails, it means you cannot produce. When you produce your waste, where is it going? So it is very important. And also with operation, Prof mentioned, in underground, especially not the ones that they use the shaft, but with the decline system. We do the blasting maybe 25 meters in that order, then we have a decline. And when we do blast, before we do any blasting, we clear all the people from the mine. Then we check that every tag is cleared before the blast man will ignite, and boom, the blasting takes place. After that, we do what we call re-entry with technology. I don't think it will even be wise to wait for any human being to enter there to go and check whether the fumes, everything is okay before we send the bogger, the truck operators to go in and bog the material. We can just send in technology to check. Then AI data, we are able to analyze and know that, okay, there is no fumes in there, people can go. Then last but not the least, I should have said it early on, reclamation. At where I used to be, you meet people, even foreign partners who are ready to help Ghana on environmental rehabilitation. We all know, I've traveled across the country. You go to some places, even between in the town, settlement, people have mined out all these places. When you do reclamation, it will interest you to know that the miners call something Sankofa. So, especially the Alovia miners, there is nowhere to do the Alovia again. Then they go back to mine. How do you get to know? You are able to monitor real time and know that wherever you have done this reclamation, you have these satellites there, you have these drones, and you're able to monitor any time somebody is going back to where it has been reclaimed. And that is an operational cost that will save even the government, the people who have invested in reclamation, because we did some reclamation around Antobia, in Etiwa East and all that. Please, when you go back to those areas, all the places have been remined, and it is a big issue because nobody is seated somewhere and able to monitor. They are relying on human beings. I mean, this is good we are talking about. Somebody just gets to bribe someone and you don't hear any information. So technology in terms of operationalization is very good. The cost-benefit analysis, you will realize that when you do the opportunity cost, it favors to invest more in drone and AI than to rely on human instincts and human analysis.
I think a lot has been said, and so I'll just keep my response just very brief. In terms of the financial aspect, I think it really depends on what you define as cost. And so to take us maybe a bit back to my former self, before I came into the drone and the tech and AI space, I was a finance person. And so as a finance person, you look at cost in two ways. An accountant will look at cost just as the numbers on a balance sheet, but an economist will look at cost as more than numbers on a balance sheet. You look at things like opportunity cost. And so if I make this decision, what decision am I foregoing in making decision A? right? And so with that in mind, when you apply it to the mining space, you understand that cost is not just about saving money. Yes, the drones are expensive, $20,000, $30,000. There are even some drones that are worth $40,000, $50,000 that some people just purchased. But you don't look at it from just numbers on a balance sheet, but you look at the work that they're going to do and the potential human lives that could have been saved, because the greatest cost of all is human life. And so when we are assessing the financial aspect of what our technology can do and what our technology is doing for our clients, what we always try and let them know is that the greatest cost of all is the human life, and you cannot put a value on that. And so at the end of the day, if you send a $20,000 drone into a pit, right, just like the regulator was talking about, after you do some blastings, and that drone unfortunately crashes, you just lost $20,000. But if you had sent a human life to go there, and I mean, God forbid the unfortunate happens or the worst happens, you have lost way more than that. And so when you look at it through that perspective, there is no amount too big that you would actually go out and spend on this AI and tech and drone technology. And then the second thing I will say is that the information that whenever we're meeting with clients, what I always like to communicate is that the information that we're providing you. Hello? Yeah, the information that we're providing you is going to help you come to decisions faster. And so the data that we're giving you is going to allow you to be making data-driven decisions. And so the importance of data-driven decisions, it's very tough to put a number on that. It's very tough to put a number on the fact that had you gone about a certain process without using tech and drone technology, it might have taken you 30 or 40 days to gather the information and then come to a conclusion. And then you implementing the tech and AI into your workflow and being able to come to a decision in 10 days or a week. The 40 or 30 days that you have saved in time is invaluable. I'll just quickly add this and end this here. There was a project that we did a couple of years ago. It's called the Self-Help Electrification Program, SHEP. And initially, before we got into the space, what was being done was that for this program, what needed to be done was that you go out to rural areas and you map out these rural areas. And what was being done was that you get a lot of surveyors and engineers on the ground with handheld machines and something called RTK machines. And they'll be picking points of structures and buildings, schools, churches, houses. And so what would happen is that when you go to a structure, every structure has 4 points. And so you'd have an engineer go to point A, point B, point C, point D, and they'll pick that point. Go to another house, point A, point B, point C, point D, pick that point. And then once they're finished picking all those points, they go back to their office, process all of that, and then they're able to generate a map. And you can see how long this process would take. But with drones, you can actually fly over an area of, let's say, 100 acres and put that data that the drone would capture into a program that would help digitize that data. And basically, digitizing is just extracting those 4 points that an engineer would have walked around and gone to go and pick manually. And so now the workflow that maybe would have taken about 10 people to do in 6 months, you can use 3 people to do it in a week or 2. And so with that project in particular, I think the allocated time for the data collection aspect was, I think, about approximately 9 months. But through our technology, we were able to get that done within 60 days. And so you can imagine the cost savings that would be passed on to the client. And you can imagine the cost savings that, let's say, the construction maybe would have been, the total project cost would have been, let's say, maybe $10 million. With the cost savings that we were able to pass on to the clients, it drastically reduced how much they actually spent on the project. Some estimates to say about 30 to 40%, but at the end of the day, it was very worth implementing this kind of technology, not just for the benefits of the client, but the benefits of the country as a whole.
Let me just quickly add something to what he has said. especially when it comes to AI technology, to market response and strategic planning. For instance, we were in this country when the whole lithium issue came up, and everybody was talking about it. I mean, bashing the government based on the kind of decisions they have taken in terms of policy. Look, this is where AI becomes key. If we had all the AI technologies in terms of machine learning, we should be able to be monitoring these commodities, knowing how they are rising, how they are falling, and it would even help us to forecast, okay? And I think there's one good thing that this government has done, which I'm pretty happy with, coming up with all these sliding scale taxes because they are windfall in commodity prices, not necessarily only in gold, but they are looking at it in other fold. So based on this, they have come up with all these predictive models to tell you that, look, in this year, you are going to have this drop. In this year, you are going to have this increase based on what the market perspectives are from where we sit. So that is where, to me, AI technology becomes key because it helps us in our policy planning, in our strategic thinking, and also in terms of how we are going to make money as a country from where we sit, rather than coming up with laws that are so stagnant and say that, look, it's 5% and it's 5% alone, without looking at how these things move on the market. So it's quite necessary when it comes to market analysis and strategic planning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. And before I go to the audience, one question to engineer lawyer Frank Asari. And I'm adding the lawyer because this is a policy question. What is the bigger constraint today? Is it lack of policy, regulation? Is it the skills that are required within the space? Or it's the mindset of the people?
Multifaceted. Multifaceted, but draws much on the mindset of the people. We have, I think, arguably the best trained skill set in the mining industry in Africa.
Yes.
UMAT, KNUST, UDS, and University of Ghana, and other allied institutions are training a lot of experts. I'm very glad that Prof is here and he's leaned more in training students to meet the industry demand as we have today. In the past, we train students with some colloquial syllables and they go to learn. They come, they are so detached from reality. And an engineer who has never seen, he's a civil engineer, he's never even seen helmet before. He's not seen safety boots. He's a geomatic engineer. He's yet to see that drone can be used for survey. Total station, he just saw it for the first time. So things are changing. So for skill set, we have one of the best. Where I used to work in Chirano gold mines, a lot of my mates who left Ghana are in different mining companies across Africa, and they are doing so well. You go to Ivory Coast, you go to Burkina Faso, Senegal, and all the places where we have mining companies. I went to Tanzania recently, and I met some Ghanaians there. We were speaking tree, and the guy apparently is a metallurgist. So he tells me that he's from Ghana, and the mining engineer who took us around is also a Ghanaian. So we have the skill set. The problem has to do with the mindset. So when I was initially appointed as the national coordinator for the responsible cooperative mining, I think one of the things people used to complain about was that I was not opening the cooperative mining. And I tell them that the people are not ready. So how do you just go and give them land? You have to work on their mindset. You go to typical mining community and you are having conversation with them on policies, you are having conversation with them on health, on safety, and what they are thinking about is production. As a typical miner, I know, even the investors, when they appoint you as a general manager, they are mostly looking at the production. They are comparing it to the world market price and the price per ounce. But you must know that when you get there, The production is important, but they are linked to other things. So the mindset, I told you about reclamation, the thinking that when a place is mined out and it is filled, the place, we get gold again, so the people are rushing there to go and mine. You know the reason why? When they were going to mine, there was no geological investigation. They didn't have any data. So they didn't know whether this place, the ore is 2 grams, 3 grams, or 5 grams. So all they knew was that somebody told them that this place there is ore. Then they started mining, they got some blades and they were able to sell it. Now the place has been filled. Somebody comes to tell them that after filling it for a month or a year, the gold comes back again. It is not possible. But that is how he thinks. Then they will go and dig the whole place. They realize that there is nothing in there. So mindset is also a factor. And it is also where I sit, I think the policies and the implementers are sometimes a problem. Political infiltration into how mining licenses are issued. We have to pass through the process. I've always told people, don't think you are my friend and I'm at the mineral titles. If you don't meet the requirement, you are going to get it. I think political will in maintaining that the right things, the laws that we have set for ourselves. So we have the Mining and Minerals, the Minerals and Mining Act, and it mandates the minister responsible for mining, Section 110, to bring out a regulation that will dictate how mining licenses are issued. So that is the Minerals and Mining Licensing Regulation, LI 2176. It spells out what you must do if you want a small-scale mine. It is first come, first served basis. But you realize that when you go onto the MCAS and you are putting in your application, immediately you put your coordinates there. If it is conflicting, if it is overlapping with an existing application, it will inform you. Trust me. Trust me. Over 90% of the people who will see that it is conflicting will still put in the application. Do you know why? They think that they can call somebody else to influence for them. So somebody will call you. So are you saying we cannot do anything about it? Why must we do something about it? Are you better than the person who put in his first application? It is first come, first served basis. So those are some of the challenges. And when it comes to the implementation too, sometimes democracy is good. But because of election, political actors sometimes fear that when you take some bold decisions, it may affect you. So even in the fight against Galamsey, you have people who are in your party who will call you, hey, the way you people are fighting the Galamsey, in the next election, are we going to contest? I hope you get it. So those are some of the challenges that confronts the regulator, the government, and in streamlining things. But I think one of the ways to overcome them is continuous stakeholder engagements, the use of advanced technology, because, for instance, as we have all agreed, if we are able to use drones to ascertain where the mineral is, and we are even giving it to our own people, we are sure that they are going to do the right thing. And if we are using it to monitor that whatever we have put out there, we are ensuring that the money that has been used for the reclamation is put to good use where people will not go to destroy it. So it is multifaceted from where I sit.
Thank you very much. I think we can open up the conversation to the audience. If we can have 1 or 2 questions.
All right, so because of time, we'll allow for just 2 questions. When you get the microphone, your name, your company name, and then you can direct your question to any of our panelists or ask a general question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good afternoon. My name is Benjamin. I work with the Forestry Commission. So one thing I haven't heard clearly from these panelists has to do with the limitations of the technology we're talking about, the drone technology and even AI. In Frank's presentation, he mentioned that after mining and then the backfilling of the pit and even doing reclamation, people can still go back there and then mine. And then he's talking about the fact that we can use the drone technology to detect these reversals into the landscape. But then, what is the limitation when it comes to this particular thing? Because the sheer scale of this illegal mining in the landscape is something that is big. And so we're feeling that we can use the drone technology and then AI to get this detected and done. I feel there's a limitation that needs to be presented out here for everybody to appreciate, and then work on the limitation to help us advance our sustainability in the technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other question? We allow for just one more question. Okay. I see the hand of a student up. We'd like to hear from them. They are not the future generation. The generation belongs to them now. So introduce yourself, your name, what school you are from, and then you can direct your question to any of our panelists or ask a general question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a question to Engineer Frank about the MCAS. Is the application, does it allow for the individual applying for the small-scale mining project to know if their coordinates has mineral ore, or they are just putting in coordinates they want to sign up for exploration?
Thank you very much. Very brilliant question. Over to you.
All yours.
An interesting question from a colleague regulator. Forestry Commission, right? Okay, that's fine. So there are limitations to every technology. And with what I mentioned, using AI and drones to monitor and reclaim the land. He's an interested party because a lot of our forest has been degraded. And if we are going to deploy AI and drone technology, we need to know the limitations. Some of the limitations, from my perspective, will be even the siting, because we need to get some vantage areas where we can put in this technology, where we can be monitoring from wherever the control room will be. People can detect it and remove them. So it's like armed robbers go to a house where there is surveillance, there is enough CCTV camera. Some way, somehow, they are able to go to the control room, take the source, and nobody is able to detect who came there within that period. So that is one of the limitations. Even those who will be monitoring it too can be compromised. So limitations to it, but I'm only looking at the opportunity cost, not starting at all, not doing anything about it. So my brother asked an interesting question about whether or not when people put in the application in the Mining Cadastral Administration System, the MCAS, whether or not we are able to tell, or the person is able to tell where he is applying, if there is ore, either gold, diamond, or any. And in fact, by law, even the sand winning and the quarries are managed by is regulated by the Minerals Commission. No. That is why I mentioned to you early on that before you put in the application, you must have some fair knowledge of the type of ore that you want to apply, because it even requires you to indicate to us which ore you want or what you want the place for. Reasons are that you can put in a prospecting application for gold. Someone else will put in an application for quarry at the same coordinates. So we need to know. And mostly, you need to have a fair idea of the area, but we are not telling you to go there and start digging before you put in the application. No, that is against the law. Small scale, you get your coordinates, you check whether or not that place is available. Availability, because there will be some investors here who will be interested. For small scale, by law, it must be a block out area for small scale. For large scale, you can apply, if it is a small scale block out area and you are applying for small scale, until it is deblocked, you cannot proceed. Because that place, by law, if we don't do that, like I said, the small scale is for only Ghanaians. We may not get place for the small scale industry. When we started the mining industry, we did not have small scale until we passed the law that allowed us to go into small scale. So what we needed to do is that we have to block out some areas specifically for small scale application. So when you apply and it does not fall within a small scale application, a small scale block out area, then you are out. You can't proceed. Unless by the instruction of the minister says, because the minister responsible for mines is the only person that can give license, a mineral right to anyone. If he says that we should block the place for small scale, that is it. So it is when you have acquired that license that you will also come to us for operating permit. Then you are able to go and do the continuous exploration or do these places where you mine. So that is where technology comes in. Before you even put in your application, there are these magnetic drones that you're able to detect. Prof is here, Arvin is here. You're able to detect that, look, this particular area is mineralized. So let me put in my application. So by the time your paperwork is done, you know where you are going to mine. But that time you have not gone to dig anywhere. You cannot dig when you have not gotten the license. For large scale recognizance, you can't dig. It is prospecting that gives you the permission to take some sample by digging trenches so that you go to do assaying. Before you can proceed to get the mining lease. Then the mining lease for now until the law is amended is for 30 years. For a prospecting license, 3 years. And for recognizance, a year. Then it's subject to renewal.
Thank you very much. I think that we've come to the end of a rather interesting panel discussion. And we've understood that AI and drone tech are no longer experimental tools. They have become a core infrastructure within the mining space. And also that we need to align tech with policy and the skill set. Also that we should not be worried about technology infiltrating in the work that we do, and it's only for the betterment of the space. Also that there are employment opportunities from access. And I think the most important thing that should be a key takeaway for all of us is that if we are able to build this ecosystem where tech, policy, and skills are coexisting, then we have data that we can trust. And once we have data that we can trust, it means that safety becomes a standard, and then sustainability is also measurable. So thank you to my panelists for your in-depth discussion on the subject. And thank you to the audience for following through with us. Thank you very much.
Wonderful round of applause. Let's put it together for our wonderful panelists and our excellent moderator. So as tradition demands, please rise up for a group picture on stage. Thank you so much. And while they do that, I'm happy to announce that for the next 15 minutes, we'll be getting ready for our coffee break. But it's important to note that our exhibition area is also still open. Make sure you can interact with all our exhibitors. It's very important. And of course, I'm happy to let you know that after the coffee break, which is just 15 minutes, we'll be coming back for the launch of an agricultural spraying drone by Drone Hub. We'll also be hearing from our guest speaker. Ghana Civil Aviation Authority will also give us an address. We have 2 more panel discussions, and then we also have 1 more exciting launch, and then we call it a day. And so don't forget, you are still here at the Drone Ignite Africa 2026 Summit. Enjoy your coffee break for the next 15 minutes. We'll be back for more. Thank you so much. Production team, let's have some music in the background.
AFCFTA state parties, which are all the member states of the African Union, 55 member states of the African Union, have done is to come together to decide on the policy framework that makes it easier for businesses to trade within the continent without facing the regulatory fragmentation and many other trade barriers. What the presidents, the AU Assembly, decided in February 2020 is we need to bring the technology at the center of the work that we are doing in order to expedite the attainment of the objectives of the AFCFTA. And this gave birth to the development and the negotiation of the protocol on digital trade. To those who have not had the work or any name about the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade, it is a legal framework, continental-wide legal framework that makes it easier for e-commerce, data transfers, digital payments, and many other aspects related to digital trade. And pertinent to the conversation that we are having today is the focus on emerging technologies. The protocol has robust legal framework, rules and regulations that promotes the adoption of emerging technologies. Of course, we are talking of artificial intelligence, robotics today, and they are spelled out in the protocol on digital trade, and making sure that countries do not adopt laws that restricts the adoption or the use of emerging technologies, robotics, and many other technologies that will come in the future, because we see an opportunity to expedite the process. We see an opportunity for the use of technology in promoting intra-Africa trade. And this policy that I'm talking about, it's not something that is yet to come. It's a policy that do exist, and governments are in the process of adopting and domesticating this regulation. And what is also critical about this policy is to make sure that we promote African technology to resolve African problems. And there is a dedicated fund that will be established, of course, in partnership with our partner, with our friends, Afreximbank, for Digital Trade Fund. And the particular focus of this fund is to promote African developed technology that is going to be deployed and used in the continent. Also critical to this area is the continental regulatory sandbox that we are working towards establishing, that whatever technology that is going to be developed by any African can be tested, validated, and once it's tested and validated, it can be accepted and be used in other countries. So in simple terms, what I'm saying is the AfCFTA has developed a legal framework that bridges the regulatory fragmentation that we do have in the continent. As it stands today, as a business, you have to comply with 55 set of regulations. Because if you move from Ghana and you want to do the same business that you do from Ghana in Togo, you have to start afresh and comply with the set of regulations that are different to those in Ghana. And this legal framework harmonizes the standards, it harmonizes the regulations to make sure that it's easier for businesses, it's easier for innovators to work across the continent. And I don't want to take much of your time. Thought I should just share these remarks from the AfC perspective and to share our support that we are promoting the use of technology, we are promoting the development of technology, and the focus that the ministers of trade, the heads of state and government emphasized is Africa should not be consumers. Africa should be at the forefront of innovation. We do have the resources, we do have the human capital, so let's take advantage of our young people and make sure that we are the leaders in this space. We are going to be producers, we are going to be manufacturers, not only consumers. And I wish you all the best with the rest of the conference, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity and inviting us.
Truly, Africa should not be consumers, but Africa should be at the forefront of innovation. One more time, let's put our hands together for our senior digital trade expert from the AfCFTA Secretariat. We thank you so much for being here and for your support. Talk more today. And so moving on, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to unveil what is on the stage. A lot of people have been wondering what is going on here. But ladies and gentlemen, it's all about innovation. And so we'll now launch the DJI Agras T100 agricultural spraying drone. And this was done by Drobotics.
It is a great pride that we introduced the Agras T100 by DJI to the world, especially to the Ghanaian market. The Agras T100 is just not big or fast. It is intelligent, precise, and purposely built for smart and intelligent farming. We truly set the Agras T100 apart to its abilities to optimize farm inputs. The agriculture industry in the past has not seen efficient drone and fast drone as you see on the stage. The Agras T100 has brought to the industry efficiency, innovation, and then smart farming. Today, briefly, we are launching not just efficiency or innovation, but smart farming. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of agriculture is airborne. It begins today with the DJI Agras 100. Thank you.
I thought we can put our hands together one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard from the operations lead and technical lead, Francis Atto Tueku. Thank you so much for those wonderful words of remarks. This is an innovation that we've all been waiting for. So I believe that this has come to stay from DJI to the world. One more time, let's put our hands together. And so we're getting ready for our next panel discussion, and it's going to be on a very exciting topic. But before that, we'll have some very quick addresses. First up, let's make welcome to the stage the Drone Ignite Africa board member in the person of Mr. Robin van Puyenbroek to give us his address. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that when you speak after lunch is the moment when caffeine becomes a strategic asset, right? But I really wanted to, as a director of Axis Drone Service, coming in from New York, also officially welcome you to Drone Ignite, which is remarkably also the first ever Pan-African drone conference ever held. But first of all, I wanted to congratulate Derek and Stephen and Alvin and the entire team here of Ignite for actually pulling this together. This is, again, this is an impeccably organized conference, fully attended, and I think this is going to be the start of a great future in this ecosystem. I do want to go back a few years when Derek and I first met. Derek had this remarkable and very contagious enthusiasm for the drone ecosystem. And he had a vision back then of so many things. So fast forward 3 years, and I'm looking at Derek, Axis Drone Service is active in more than 20 countries in Africa. Beam, which you may have seen next door, is being developed as a drone delivery service. There's also the Axis Academy being set up, because all of this cannot operate, cannot function if people are not being trained to service and to operate drones. So I want to recognize Derek and his team for this remarkable achievement to pulling all this together and to actually making vision a reality. Because having a vision is one thing, but putting boots on the ground and making things happen is something else. Something I found very encouraging is that today in Africa, it's really moving beyond pilots and demonstrations. We're seeing the emergence of a commercially viable drone ecosystem. And we see firms that can operate at scale, comply with regulations, and maybe most importantly also train a lot of local talent. and deliver repeatable results. Doing something once is one thing, doing it repeatedly is something else. And of course, one such example is Axis drone surveys, which shows how drone services can really move from experimentation to a very dependable and to decision-grade operations. As was said before today, the real opportunity is not about importing technology. It was just said this is about creating jobs here on the continent, but so building local capacity. And it's absolutely also encouraging to see so many young people, and I had a chance to speak with many of them earlier this morning. I have a 12-year-old myself, and for him, he eats, thinks, sleeps, anything that flies, including drones. And the future is really with that generation, because they're already thinking a delivery at home is no longer Uber Eats, someone on a scooter. It's a drone delivery. That's how they see it. That's how they know it will be. So drones create skilled jobs. They also retain data sovereignty. Let's not forget about that. All the data that's being collected is put to use to the owners of operations. And it sort of embeds technical expertise where it matters most. What I found also very interesting in a panel discussion about mining earlier was that it's a human factor, right? The fact that people have sometimes very dangerous jobs, low-paid jobs, working in mines, high-risk jobs. So this is now actually replacing some of those jobs with better jobs and safer jobs. So this is how technology basically translates into growth and into development, because let's not forget this is also talking about what jobs are we going to create for future generations. And I would also like to say a few words about what was mentioned earlier here about the inter-Africa trade component. Our colleagues and friends from the AFCFTA. I'm a numbers person as well, as a retired banker, basically. But the percentage, I don't know how many in the room here know this, but the percentage of inter-Africa trade, of total Africa trade, is about 16%. If you then benchmark that against inter-regional trade in other regions, Asia, Europe, that is about 70%. So from 16 to 70%, that says you something about the potential to grow inter-Africa trade. And how much is that 16%? 16% is about $220 billion. That sounds like a lot, but it is not a lot. But it tells you how much opportunity for growth there really is. And when you then look fast forward 2-3 years, the potential of the drone ecosystem market to be $8 to $10 billion, and I really think this is a very, very conservative estimate. And most of this is intra-Africa. If Axis Drone Service is operating today in more than 20 countries, this is really a cross-border type of business. And intra-Africa trade is not just moving goods, it's also moving services, which is exactly what this is. So if you then look in just a few years' time, a business to develop to about $10 billion, that would represent today 5% of intra-Africa trade. That is an astounding number. And I just want to share those numbers because that tells you a lot about what the opportunity is. And we hear a lot about the needs and the work being done, a lot of good work about developing trade policies. But what I think it will really come down to is that it's about logistics efficiency, right? What we're looking at today here, this is really about solving problems. This is about creating efficiencies. Now, last but not least, I really think that what we're doing here today and tomorrow is launching this first, again, Pan-African Drone Conference has the potential and will hopefully make from Accra and Ghana the home of the drone ecosystem. And I was very encouraged to hear the Deputy Minister basically lend his full support to this. So this will be, thanks to Derek and his team, to bring this ecosystem here to Accra, to Ghana, for many, many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate you being here, Mr. Robin van Puyenbroek, all the way from Belgium. Thank you so much once again. And so moving on, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sure you can all agree with me that drone integration without regulation will not achieve the desired impact in Ghana and Africa at large. And so it's important that regulation is key every step on the way. To give us our next address from the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, let's make welcome the Director of Safety Regulation at GCAA in the person of Mr. Franklin Jamira. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Franklin Ochiri Jamira. I'm the Director of Safety Regulation for the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. I'm here this afternoon to represent my Director General, Reverend Stephen Atta, who couldn't make it here. He sends his regards and his apologies at the same time. And so, on his behalf, I deem it an honor to address you this afternoon. The theme, Drone Innovation, African Impact, Global Momentum, we don't see it just as a slogan. It's a statement of intent, a trajectory we are now firmly on, and a story that Ghana is proud to help write. Now, we at GCA, if I say GCA is the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, we are at a pivotal moment in drone development. Across our continent, drones are no longer just novelties. They are delivering blast supplies over impassable roads, mapping farmlands to increase yields, and inspecting critical infrastructure with pinpoint accuracy. The promise is no longer theoretical. It is tangible. But a promise alone, you agree with me, is not enough. For innovation to soar, it needs a runway, it needs a path. It requires regulatory environment. That is not a barrier, but at a launch pad. So as GCA, we will not want to regulate to stop people, to prevent people, but rather to assist the system. And this is the core mission of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. Our role is to ensure safety and security with fostering growth. We are not merely gatekeepers, but also catalysts, pushing the drone agenda to the next level. In this light, the GCA wholeheartedly supports this event. And I recall when they came to us to share with us the intent of hosting this event, we told them we're in full support of it and will participate as required. So what makes the GCA a catalyst for growth? Let me give you 3 actions that the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority has taken or is undertaking for this big push in the drone space. First, we built a foundation of clarity. That is, in 2016, we introduced what we call the Ghana Civil Aviation Directives Part 28. We regulate the aviation industry, and we use regulations, laws, but in our space, we call it directives. So we introduced a Part 28 to regulate the use of drones in Ghana. And this was one of the comprehensive drone regulations in West Africa. A lot of countries could not come up with these type of regulations. So some had to even consult us as to how we're able to go about it. We moved from a space of uncertainty to one of structured possibility. This gave innovators a rule book, investors a framework, and our skies a protocol for safety. Secondly, we are transitioning from a one-size-fits-all model to a smart, risk-based approach. We recognize that flying a drone to inspect, let's say, a cocoa farm is not the same as flying a drone over a crowded area. Therefore, we are actively working to streamline approvals for lower-risk operations, reducing the bureaucracy so that our farmers, surveyors, and creatives can focus on their work rather than a lot of the paperwork that they must do. Finally, we are investing in the ecosystem. Regulation alone is not enough. We are actively engaging in partnerships to build the necessary digital infrastructure, such as the RPAS traffic management, to enable drones fly and share the same airspace just like the aircraft but at their scale, at their level. Now, our vision is clear: to position Ghana as a hub for drone innovation in Africa. We want global companies to look at Ghana and see a partner ready to work with them to build solutions that will work for Africa. The African impact in the theme is also something that guides us. It means not just asking, is it safe to fly, but how does the flight improve a life, protect a resource, or grow an economy? And the global momentum, we see it as an opportunity. The world is watching. The world is watching Africa's drone revolution. We are not sitting idly and wondering what happened. Rather, we are contributing chapters to the global playbook on how to do this thing right. So in conclusion, my message to the innovators and everybody here in this room is that bring your ideas, your technology, and your ambition to Ghana. The GCA as a regulator, we do not say no, but we say, how can we achieve the vision in a safe and responsible manner? How do we assist you to operate safely and in a responsible manner? So we are building a regulatory environment that is predictable, proportionate, and proactive. We are partners in turning this immense potential of drone technology into tangible progress for our people. Together, let us unlock the African sky, not just for flights, but for the future. I thank you very much for your attention.
For innovation to soar, it truly requires regulation and partnership. And on this note, we are very grateful for the role that the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority is playing in shaping safe drone integration. One more time, let's appreciate Mr. Franklin Okyere-Gyamera. Thank you so much. And so it's time for our next panel discussion. We've talked a lot about drones so far, but it's time to talk about issues along financing, insurance, investment policy, and how ready we are to export our technology. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion will be on the topic, building a financial and regulatory-driven drone and robotics ecosystem. And we have an amazing lady to do us the honors as our moderator. She is an award-winning Ghanaian MC known as The Voice Beyond Borders, with over 7 years of experience hosting corporate, diplomatic, and multinational events. Beyond MC, and ladies and gentlemen, she works in voiceovers, coaching, and educational consultancy, and she leads the youth empowerment initiatives as executive director of IFED Global, and she's the founder of Farm Affair and Angel Face. She's very passionate about storytelling, communication, and empowering young people and women to lead with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, help me bring up stage our moderator for this panel discussion, Kali Metal Tutu.
Thank you very much, Edward, for that wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great event so far, and I'm very honored to be moderating this particular panel discussion on finance and regulation, building a bankable and compliant AI, robotics, and drone industry for Africa's future. I believe we all know about drones, we all know about AI, we all know about robotics. We know what the technology is able to achieve. However, have we thought about scaling? Scaling does not happen because the technology is exciting. Scaling happens because there is trust. And people trust something when there is smart financing and when there is also regulation, strong regulation for that matter. So I'm very happy that the regulator spoke just before this discussion, because some of the points he made dovetails directly into some of our discussions. We need a strong regulation, and we need our financial bodies to also partner this great movement. And so today we are not here to talk about flying drones. We are here to talk about partnering our regulators and partnering our financial bodies to achieve this great movement. So to help me do this discussion, I would like to invite a strong panelist. And first of all, I would like to welcome up on stage he's from Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, and he is the Senior Safety Inspector, Mr. Reynold Senam K. Ataja. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Welcome, sir. Secondly, we would like to call up stage Edna Engman. She's the Head of Transformation from Fidelity Bank. Please give it up for her as well. Thirdly, would like to welcome upstage the Head of Projects and Development from, Michael Amwako. Please welcome Michael Amwako with a resounding round of applause. From Star Assurance, Head of Product Development. Would also welcome Stephen Kakari, Axis Drone Surveys. He's the Deputy CEO. Welcome, Stephen Kakari. And finally, we'll welcome Nanaya Boatin. She's the Head of Oil and Gas and Specialty Risk. Welcome, Nanaya Boatin, with a round of applause as well. And she's from Glyco Insurance. Thank you so much. So our panel, your audience, your panel. I'll take my seat now and we can commence the discussions. All right, so thank you for making it here today. We're talking about finance and regulation, building a bankable and compliant industry in the drone, robotics, and AI space. So there seems to be the notion that our regulators and our finance people are the ones who are responsible for slow response to innovation. Because practically, we have startups complaining that the paperwork is too much. We have drone operators also complaining that the bureaucracy is just too much. Everything is just so long. But I would like to perhaps challenge this notion. Is it possible that maybe you are not necessarily the blockers to innovation, but perhaps in your bid to build a resilient and robust system for the future, you have to take them through all these systems, all these processes? And I'll just take a sentence each from everyone. We have just about 25 minutes to do this. So I'll start with you, Raymond.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
What's the question?
So the question is, there's a notion that the finance organizations as well as the regulatory bodies are the ones responsible for slow innovation in this space. So can we challenge the status quo? Can we say that perhaps all your long processes, your paperwork, your requirements are because you want to build a resilient and robust system for the future?
Okay. Let me just put it this way. Nobody likes regulation. From the Okada rider to drone operators. Nobody has liked regulations, okay? And when they see regulators coming, they treat us differently, okay? But we should take note of the fact that the airspace that we are all sharing already had participants, users in it. And to join them, you don't expect them to change their lifestyle to suit you. You will have to change or amend your lifestyle to suit the already existing operators in there. And those existing operators have been in there with a very enviable safety record. Aviation transportation is one of the safest means, if not the safest means of transportation. And all the requirements for aviation were written in blood. People had to die for those regulations to be written. So when you come in, you may think that you are being overtaxed or overburdened because you don't see the big picture. But we understand that because most people who come into this space are not inherently aviation professionals. Okay? But we are educating them, and gradually they are getting to understand that there is a need for regulation. And without regulation, there will be no growth.
Thank you, Raymond. So, Edna?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. I think banking is changing, and it's not banking as usual that we knew 20, 30 years ago. Our demographic has also changed drastically, also as a country. And so we have a lot of young people, and we have a lot of innovations going on. And I think banks are poising themselves to help innovators. But what innovators need to realize is we are also regulated. So per the regulations we work with, there'll always be critical information we would need before we can partner with you or work with you. And the reality is you can have a fantastic idea, but if you don't have the right structures around it, it fizzles out. And there you have your financial partners helping you make sure you have the right structures so you are a viable business and you can be a scalable business.
Thank you, Edna, for sharing the perspective from the banking sector. Now to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So to add up, I think the conversation has been, why do we even insure? Because I'm coming from the insurance side of things, right? And my response has been a question. I would say typically, if you are home and you haven't been attacked by, let me say, armed robbers or anything, then why do you have to lock your door if you haven't been attacked? It doesn't make sense. Just leave it ajar, because chances are you won't be attacked. But anybody that you ask will say, I will still lock my door. And that's how come insurance come into play. Our mindset, our psyche should change for us to appreciate the fact that the mere fact that something hasn't happened does not mean it won't happen. It's always good to have someone work with you through your journey. And that's how come insurance has a pivotal role to play in this ecosystem.
Thank you, Michael. So now to you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will take this opportunity to really put myself in the place of drone operators. You know, we have a very young ecosystem, and because of how far Axis Drone Surveys has gone or has become, I often find myself, my DMs and my messages with, messages from people, young people, asking about how they can join our space, how they can, come into our ecosystem. And, one of the pointers being compliance is one of the things that really serves as a bottleneck. And I would say that one of the lessons that Axis Drone Surveys really had to learn from the beginning was that compliance is a journey. It's not an event, it's not a one-time event. Sometimes we think of the whole compliance process as being, okay, you go to your regulator, you need to have all your documents in line before you can actually begin that conversation. But today, speaking to the entire ecosystem, I want to say just walking through the door of your regulator in itself is a check in the box of compliance. And for any business that has any sort of ambition, like for example for us, we have the ambition of being Africa's premier aerial data provider. And so for an ambition of this weight, you can imagine, having to travel across jurisdictions, operating drones. You cannot do away with compliance. So that in itself requires a mentality shift. And I'm not saying this from a position of, maybe being all high and mighty, because we began tiny, we began small. So I understand the thinking of a small ecosystem player. But you see, from that level to the stage where you can scale and actually expand your business, the in-between, the bedrock of it is compliance. And so it is unavoidable, and it's actually, as my colleague, Mr. Senam said too as well, in the interest of patient safety is something that can never be done away with. So we fully embrace that.
Thank you. All right, Nanaya. So Nanaya, because you and Michael are from the same industry, I would want to throw a different question to you because he's already spoken to the first one. So is it really necessary to have a drone operator insured?
All right, thank you very much. I bring you greetings from the Glyco Group. It is no surprise that you find Glyco as part of the panel today. I like what my earlier panelist said. Insurance as well has traveled a long way, and we have gotten to the point whereby we are doing specializations. So you have special risk. When it comes to Glyco, for instance, we have specialized desk for oil and gas. We have agric, we have construction, and so forth. And so we are quite exposed to the operations when it comes to drone operators. Like you asked, is it important for an operator to have insurance? Yes. The moment you turn your device on, you are at risk. It doesn't matter if it is a test period or it is the main deal you are going after, because there are so many factors that affect you the moment your device is on, whether on the ground or in the air. When your device is flying, you are looking at risks such as public liability. In the space where something goes wrong up there, we all saw the size of the drone here. It comes down and then it causes catastrophe. This device can actually kill a human being. It can kill animals. It can cause a lot of disaster to properties. So you don't want to take the risk of leaving your device to fly without any backup plan. And insurance is important because we are safeguarding your capital. You've bought a drone worth $40,000, and I hear some are even more than $40,000. And you're paying a minute fraction of insurance to cover you. People hear of insurance and they want to shy away. They feel, oh, it is too much. Civil aviation is being too, they should relax for us. But remember, we are working together. The little amount you pay saves you a lot. So we have to be really critical in the insurance we take. Apart from public liability, you're also looking at the risk of the device itself. Apart from the risk injuring somebody, causing death, you're losing your device or you're losing a part of device. Do you have money readily sitting down for you to just go and grab and reinvest? You have to think about all that. You are taking shots up there. There's privacy. Somebody can just wake up after 10 years and see that their building or their private whatever is being shown, and then you have your link or something that could track to show that this particular company or this particular operator is the one who took a picture of something I didn't want to be out there. You can be sued. There could be legal implications to the devices you are using. Not to talk of the operator himself. There's personal accident. In the process of you using the device, anything can happen to you. So we need to be very critical in taking, and I'm happy that the regulator is also pushing for that. You cannot operate your device without, taking insurance. I'll just leave it there.
All right, thank you, Nanaya. You've done justice to it. Okay, back to you, Reynold, the regulator. You've already addressed some misconceptions that the drone operators may have about dealing with the regulators. Now that we have adoption increasing, what would you say will be the way forward for regulators to support and partner drone operators as well as the entire ecosystem of this industry to move it to the next level? I heard your director talk about some strategic, investments that seems to be put in place. Could you please speak more to that?
Okay, I'll speak to that, but just to make it clear from what my sister just said, the regulator requires insurance as well. For now, we don't require it across board. So it's inherent on the operators who do not fall in the category of requiring insurance to do it on their own. But for commercial operations and for operating around the airport, we require insurance. And if your drone is above a certain weight as well, we will require you to have an insurance. But so far, we only do third party. But I think you are going further than that. And moreover, how can we help the operators? That's your question. The Civil Aviation Authority, since we started on this endeavor, we do not charge operators on a cost recovery basis. The amounts we charge operators, if you compare it even to the sub-region, is one of the cheapest in the system. So that is one aim, one area we are helping the industry, so that we don't overburden the startup with financial costs. But then the civil aviation also needs to grow as the industry is growing. So where does the civil aviation get the money to invest in processes and equipment and technology to help the industry grow? We've tried to partner with some other states to get inputs, but the business community has not really been helping regulators per se. Okay, they are waiting for regulators to move, but it also costs the regulator. So I'm just putting it out there that sometimes business leaders should not only think about the operators, but the regulators as well, because a bird needs two wings to fly. If we are developing only the operators and we forget about the regulators, they will come to a standstill where they'll have to wait for the regulator to catch up. Okay, so for now, a specific question. We want to move from the manual approval process, okay, because the industry is expanding. Human resource is limited, and you cannot have human beings going through each and every document all the time. Okay, there are processes in place, like you can use technology. We are talking about AI, we are talking about all of this. All of these could help speed up the approval processes, which will benefit the operator in the long run. But the CA is self-financing, okay? And we have other equally important projects to deal with. So if we don't find a way to solve this problem, the industry cannot grow, because then there'll be delays in them processing their issues, and that will affect everybody. So since we are talking about financing and regulation, I think that is a very good meeting point, interface for us. Thank you.
It definitely is. That rightly said. I believe your adaptability would make the process faster and enable the drone operators to gain the favor they need from the banks, because once everything with certification is intact, then they can move to the level of seeking for finance. So to you, yes, Edna, so I would want to know, what does a bank look out for in a drone operating business to give them support? I know that Fidelity Bank has some, is it YouStart, focused programs on tech support, on tech founders, yes, that you give to them. So could you tell us what specifically you look out for?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll start from the angle that I'm your father or your mother, and I have all the money, and you come to me for money to start your business. I'll ask you pertinent questions. First pertinent question is, as a drone operator, are you regulated? Have you covered all the GCAA regulations? Have you covered data protection? Because it's very critical. Have you covered every other form to even become a business? So that's the first thing any bank or financial institution will look at. The second thing we'll look at is the commercialization. So what are you going to use the drone for? Or what are you using the drones for? Are you in agric? Are you into medicals? What are you going into? Because really, if you don't have a right commercial, something that can change the nation, something that can change the life of somebody, then it may not be a viable business. So I'll look at that. The next thing I will look at is your cash flows. Is it, how are you turning around your cash? Because at the end of the day, I'm taking somebody's cash they have brought to me as a business to give to you, to also grow as a business. So would look at that. One thing that we are also beginning to look a lot at is your governance structure. So what are your people strategy? Because you're going into a scalable business. AI has come to stay. And I talk about AI because it's my everyday it's my everyday food I eat. So AI has come to stay, and it's growing at a phenomenal rate. So with your people that you have, what is your growth strategy for your people? Are they being poised for the drone of the future? What is your whole governance structure as an organization? So once you're okay on that aspect, then we look at risk. Because it's a risky business you are into. She talked about the fact that your drone can drop, somebody can get it, anything can happen. Parts can get spoiled. Do you have an asset value down there that if a part is spoiled, you can quickly replace it? If something happens, are you insured? Are you covered? We will look at that. And because we are a Ghanaian bank, or we are Ghanaians, and we are trying to grow Ghana for what Ghana is this really helping us? It's also another question we'll look at. And as a bank, so I'll just go into Fidelity. As a bank, we do believe a lot in digital. We believe a lot in young entrepreneurs, so we have funds for young entrepreneurs. And we are very strong on sustainability. So through our sustainability, we also have a lot of partnerships. And I think also for the younger drone developers, operators. I say developers because developing is something that is a daily thing. So operators, maybe you're now starting and you need some investments. So with all the things I've asked, we will still work with you and probably help you find an investor or a partner that can put into your business for it to grow. I think we did a couple of that last year, and so there are a couple of young drone operators that are going into agric that we have helped fund them. So we are ready to partner, but you have to have it right. Because we can't just partner with you if you don't have all the things that we spoke about earlier in place.
And I like the fact that you talked about you are a startup. And I want to link it up to the cash flow bit you talked about. So I'm a startup, and I probably don't have a very impressive cash flow, but I do have the potential. When you look at my books, you can see that the potential is there. Is that something you would look out for? And is that something you will consider to support? And the lending rates is one big, subject matter when it comes to receiving financial support. do you have special packages in terms of lending rates that you give to? Because you can't compare a drone startup to maybe an existing business which perhaps needs to scale further. Could you address this?
So we did talk about cash flows, and talking about cash flows does not mean that for a startup it should be there, but we should see your potential, right? That's why we also look at what you're doing commercially. So that would also inform us about what your projections are. And in today's world, and I'll go into AI, because in today's world, you have a lot of little tools, AI tools, you can also help this startup with to help them forecast so we both understand what you expect. So it's an expectation. When it comes to the asset rates, I said it so, we are regulated. So already a regulator has a bar, and as he said, CA they must eat. So must your banker. But I think we also look at it and not just flat out give you a rate, but we understand your business and see how we can negotiate something that works for both parties.
Thank you very much, Edna. Very well said. Now over to you, Michael. The insurance space and the drone, you know, the support you give to the drone and robotics and AI space. It's been alleged that sometimes some farmers who receive financial support, loans, grants, what have you, after they harvest their produce from their farms, what they do is they set their farms ablaze and they go back to the insurance company to make their claims. Is there a way that you, the insurance companies, partner the use of AI and drones to monitor some of these happenings? I know it will be a lot of work. It will be so much of cost to even embark on such an agenda. But is there a way that you partner the drone and AI space to ensure that you validate such claims from our agric practitioners?
Thank you. So when usually there's a claim, we invite the claimant over and we ask questions. Usually our questions are a set of questions that we want to find out what exactly happened, where it happened, what time it happened, and even the cost involved, right? And if there are times, let's say, just for example, it's in a remote area where it becomes difficult, now the conversation has been to partner, which we are actually, so that we can have direct access. Because chances are, if you are using the usual route of taking a vehicle to the particular scene, by the time you get there, the evidence, what you are looking out for, would not be there. And for us, we do understand as insurers that for most of the risks that we insure, it will surprise you to know that at the time of underwriting, we don't see it. So usually it's at the time of claim that we try to substantiate all that is said from the very beginning. For something like drone, we will have a physical inspection of it. But in your example, if the items were damaged in a remote area, let's say somewhere, Begro or wherever, then we'd have to use the drone quickly, go there, see it for ourselves, substantiate, then proceed to pay out the claim, which invariably we do it at the go. Once it's confirmed with a technology like the drone, then we can have access, or we can confirm for ourselves, proceed and pay. So in this ecosystem, we see ourselves as a valuable player, because the time is right that not only for farmers, for even vehicles or any other property that we insure, once there's a claim, we are better off using the drone technology to quickly have access to what's been happening, and this would indeed speed out our claims process. As STAR assurance, what we aim to even do as we speak, or what we are doing as we speak, is to pay claims within 24 hours. So the drone technology indeed is an enabler in our space, where we would use to quickly expedite claim payment.
That's fantastic, very spot on. All right, so over to you, Stephen. When it comes to compliance and drone operators, do you think that it's necessary for a drone operator to undertake compliance right from the word go, or you probably should wait until it's time to scale up and then you get into the compliance bit of things?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I want to answer this question with a bit of caution, because in as much as I would like to stick to the hard truth, I also want to be a little bit practical to the drone startup here in our space. When I say our space, I mean here in Africa. I mean, some of the challenges that you go through as a startup in the beginning, especially in a niche space like ours, it can be a bit unfair to say, okay, you started a business, just go ahead and make sure all your ducks are in a row compliance-wise. I think my advice would be that they should, take their time in the beginning, but do the basic, do the fundamentals.
Sorry to cut you. So
Yes.
take their time. How much time
Okay.
should they take
So-
for which duration and why?
Okay, so let me break it down and be clearer. There are some fundamental actions that you can take as a startup, which will help you check compliance boxes. That at least will show that you have intentions of, contributing towards aviation safety. And one of the basic ones that I mentioned, in the previous answer that I gave, was just walking through the door of the regulator. I think we really need to do away with this stigma, so-called stigma, that seems to exist between drone operators and regulators, where it seems like the regulator is the big bad wolf and we are the mice just scouring away in the ecosystem, hiding or running for cover. I quite remember when we first began our compliance journey, some of the conversations that we had were very, very basic. They want to know what drones you are using. They want to understand the use cases that you're looking to undergo. They want to understand your staff strength. These aren't questions for questions' sake, but it's just more so to understand the scale of your operation as it is now and where you are looking to go, so that at the point where you are now, the regulator can meet you there and then you grow. Even as it stands right now, Axis Drone Service, every time we have audits every single year, we still find ourselves having to add on more stricter protocols, more structure, put more structures in place to become more and more clear. And this is almost after a decade of operation. So, like I mentioned before, it's not a one-time event, it's a journey, So if you're starting out, just begin, little by little. Your drone startup, it may seem daunting, because to be honest, most of the players in the industry, the small ecosystem players, their motivation for getting in was because maybe, for example, they're just in love with flight. When we were kids, we all, in one way or another, dreamt of flight, either through a superhero or whatever. So they get in, they buy a drone, and they're like, wow, okay, I thought this was a toy, but I can make money now. So it's like, now that I know that I can make money, now my mentality now shifts from a hobbyist to potentially a commercial operator. And when I start thinking about money, then it's like now compliance comes along. And whether or not they will succeed is whether they see compliance as a big bad wolf and run away, or they see it as something that they can genuinely embrace and attack little by little until they reach the levels that today Access Drone Surveys and the rest have reached. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Very well said. All right, now to you, Nanaya, back on insurance. So, Nanaya, I'm a drone operator. I've gone through my regulatory and compliance processes. I've spent so much there. I've taken a facility from Fidelity Bank, and I'm paying back with high interest. Is that right? So you agree it's high interest? With interest, corrected. All right. And you're asking me to now pay premiums to secure my drone facility so that I can work confidently. Must I really pay such expensive premiums? Why are they expensive? Or you can correct me if it's a wrong notion.
Well, I wouldn't say premiums are expensive. Like everyone has rightly said, insurance is also regulated. We have approved rates we work with, and these rates have come up due to or through the risks that are associated with whatever it is we are insuring. And so, like I said, if you have a drone of $50,000, you're paying a premium of, give or take, let's say, $5,000. Really? Say again? Annually.
Annually, okay.
Annually. Honestly, I wouldn't say insurance is expensive because you're paying a premium of $5,000 annually, and I have the liability of $50,000. Think about it. If your drone falls right now, I have to pay you back. I have to fix it. Even repairs. Let's even say it's not a total loss. Even the repairs of these devices, they are way, way, way above the premium you have paid. Unfortunately, in this our terrain, I don't know if I should say Africa or Ghana. My brother.
We're talking Africa, so.
Insurance is seen as, what's the word? Like, we are the big wolf, actually. We are rather the wolves. You find industry people paying every other thing apart from insurance. They go to the bank and they are willing and ready to quickly give the bank every access, every documentation. And then when they come to insurance, no, me pentem, give me, let me go. It's like you are wasting my time. And so unfortunately, and I will keep saying this, we are growing with you. We are building your business together. The little document I give you saves you a huge cost of any future unexpected, unforeseen events that could happen. And so at Glyco, I would say that even apart from we being regulated and all, we assess risk. You know, you have to assess the risk. So what is my liability? What are you going to use the drone for? In terms of the aerial space, your jurisdiction of operating your drone, what are my liabilities? In case anything is happening, how much am I exposed to? So we can have these conversations. I would also say that when you are buying the policies, have discussions. Open up. Be truthful. Let us understand exactly, because you can't tell me, oh, I'm using it for agric, and I'm thinking, okay, crops. If it falls, I mean, I can easily, you know. And then before I realize you are operating in a mining zone. You understand? So let us have a genuine discussion, understand your risk, and then we can charge appropriately, whereby when there's a claim, You are not running helter-skelter. It's not like your insurers deceived you. And our NIC, our regulator, is doing fantastic well because now we pay claims. Gone are the days where people thought, oh, insurers are scammers, in quotes, or we don't tell the truth. There are little things that are jotted inside the policies that nobody can read. It is only when a claim comes up and we are letting you know these clauses. No. Because we are charging correctly, because you are paying your premiums, we are able to invest and then support you when there's any claim. Also, I would like to speak in support of the ecosystem. We do a lot with the banks. We have credit guarantees. When you check the insurance industry, Glyco is one of the few insurance companies that are highly risk averse. We don't shy away from the risk. So whatever it is that we need to understand to create a specialty policy for you, we do that. We give counter guarantees, policies, backing the bank facilities that we'll be giving out to you. We partner with the bank so that we can support and scale up your businesses. So I believe that we are supporting the ecosystem.
All right, thank you very much, Nanaya. So we're just about wrapping up, and I would like to take your final words from this angle. So to ensure that adaptability goes on, what should we consider first for this industry to thrive and also excel? Should we look at capacity? Should we look at capital? Or should we look at regulation?
I think we need to look at all of them. It's a bit difficult to just look at one and close your eye to the others. All of them has to go hand in hand. But as the regulator, I'm more biased towards regulations. That we have good regulations in place, but those regulations were enacted when the industry was young in Ghana. We didn't have the experience. In fact, the world didn't have the experience. But over time, we've built up some kind of knowledge to know what is happening. So we need to upgrade the regulations. As my director said, we are moving towards a more performance and risk-based regulation where it won't be a one-size-fits-all. So we cut monkeys play by sizes, as they say. So if you are operating in a low-risk environment, you shouldn't be taxed as much as somebody who is going to operate in a high-risk environment. So that is what, from my side, we can do to help the industry grow.
All right, thank you, Reynold. To you, Edna, just to add more flesh to it, policy direction and finance. I recently heard of a story in Nigeria, specifically Abuja, where a budding music artist got bitten by a snake. She was rushed to the clinic and they couldn't get antivenom anywhere. And unfortunately, she had to lose her life. And it just came to mind that, well, so perhaps if there was a drone operating company which may have been supported by their policies over there, and there was some financing available, and they were well known, the hospital could have contacted them, and the whole chain goes on, and probably her life could have been saved. What would you say about policy direction and financing?
Thank you very much. I think that I also had the same story, and I also took the time to listen to what Zipline is doing with the Ministry of Health. And it was sad to know that they even had to close one or two because of financing.
Exactly.
So I said something earlier, the commercial, or what are we doing to help our nation? Okay. So our nation policy and helping the individual, losing a drone is replaceable. Losing a life is not. So how are we investing? After I read on Zipline, I asked myself, how do we invest in what the Ministry of Health is doing? Because our healthcare system is really, really suffering. And people are dying unnecessary deaths. And it was also nice to know that for where it was working, you can see this happen in 20 minutes or less, instead of maybe a 6-hour journey in and out. So for policy, I guess GCAA, you need to look at that aspect of it, ensuring that there's more openness when it comes to that. Also for the ministries, we need to put it in place that as a government, we are going to push and cover these basic things that are population needs, and especially in the hinterland. Then when it comes to us, the banks and the investors, understanding all of this, we have a lot of NGOs, we have a lot of partners who want to invest into these things, but don't have the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge. So I think another thing is, to Derek and Co., we need to take the knowledge out there. Because if I'm an investor and I don't understand what you're doing, I will not invest in you. But if we make a lot of this more public and the understanding is there, I will invest in you, and we can mitigate some of these unfortunate circumstances.
I think this is a good place to give her a round of applause. Thank you. Michael, your final words, and then Stephen.
Okay. So for me, let me do a bit of a backstory, then I come to my final words, right? So once humanity and technology has come to play, you realize that over time, we invent, we scale up, and we learn. Indeed, drone has come to stay, right? I could remember somewhere a couple of years ago, I went for a such ceremony, and someone came up stage and said, "Thank you, my family, and thank you, ChatGPT." It demonstrates how far technology is going, right? So you having a drone, you operating a drone, is emphatic. You secure the downside of business. What if things go wrong? The interesting thing is, at STAR, we have the right policy. That's the unmanned aircraft system operator insurance policy. And the key thing about this policy is it covers the drone and its payload, the liability that you have to other persons, right? And even the damage to the space and the equipment in your care, custody, and control. We all know drones could be used for mining, could be used for even film, it could be used for agriculture, for infrastructure, and all that. The reason why, among other things, you should have insurances to attract the needed investment, as rightly said. Also, to make sure that you're able to secure the right corporate and government contracts. Also, to have a bit of trust in the ecosystem. Because once bankers know you are insured, they are comfortable giving you the needed support and finance. To end it all, permit me, the do's is you should try and at least have your drone insured. Make sure you declare the right details. And don't also forget that a small drone could actually cause a huge liability. So fly smart and fly insured. Thank you.
Fly smart. Thank you, Stephen. Your final word, and then we move to the audience for just 2 questions.
Yeah, thank you. I must say that I'm really in love with what my co-panelists said about, sharing information and let them be education out there, precisely what this platform is doing. And I think that speaks directly to capacity. When there's an upliftment of capacity in that way where there's an understanding of what the drone ecosystem is and the risks that are involved, when there's clarity on that line, all of a sudden those with capital have the confidence to know how much and in what manner to actually put their capital into the space. In absence of that, the whole space becomes a place where there's innovation for innovation's sake and nobody goes anywhere. You get a round of applause and then nothing becomes of it. So I would say between capital, and then I think policy and regulation are more biased on the capital end of the spectrum, and I would really love it to see a time and a place where the topic of drones is spoken as an everyday, normal technology that everyone knows. When we began, you mentioned drones, and you say drone service, you have to start from A to Z to explain the whole concept, and they don't believe you, so you have to do a pilot. But thank God, because of platforms like this, information is being shared, and I believe very soon capital is going to flow. It's already started flowing into these spaces. It's only going to get better, and I believe as a result, the entire ecosystem is just going to explode.
All right, thank you so much, Stephen. We'll now move over to the audience. If you have any question, kindly lift your hand up, and we'll just take two.
All right, so because of time, we'll allow for just two questions, and then we can move on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How do I choose? All right, so ladies first. So I think I want to go with the lady first. Let me go with a student. So you introduce yourself, the school you're from, and then you can direct any of your questions to the panelists, or it can be a general question. Thank you.
Please, my name is Boache Princess from Efuakobi Ampem Girls Senior High. My name is Boache Princess from Efuakobi Ampem Girls Senior High. And my question is to Ms. Nanaya. So I want to ask, if a drone operator, is not able to started paying the rate the insurance company wants the drone operator to pay, and as time goes on, the drone operator is not able to pay them, how is the insurance body going to address such issue? And my question again is that, is it the rate that the insurance company, are taking from the operator, the drone operator, documented in the current constitution of Ghana?
Okay.
I think we can put our hands together for her. Wonderful. Over to you. So she'll answer, and then I'll come back.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Like I said, the insurance industry is regulated. And so everything we do is backed by the Ghana law. And so we don't just sit and come up with rates and decide what we want to do. And so that, I'm sure that answers the second question. Now, the first question. General insurance is not profitable, how do I say it? So, yeah, you're not making profits from general insurance. And so when something happens, we are bringing you back to where you were before the incident happened. Unfortunately, if you've paid your claim in 2026, you've paid your premium in 2026, you've paid your premium in 2027, and then in 2028, unfortunately, you don't have funds to pay your premium. We cannot put you on cover. I'm sorry, but we cannot put you on cover. What happens is we have something that is called no claim discount. Right, so sometimes as insurers, there are considerations. If you have all your risk, your in-house management, you have your risk management, everything in place, as you're paying your claims, we do consider and we do find ways to, make the rates more favorable, to you. So it's not like you keep paying 5,000 or 6,000 throughout, you get it. So there are some considerations that we do to ensure that we are both happy, if I should say. So please, does that answer your question? All right, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Raphael Williams, and this one I don't know whether it's an opinion or something that we all should look into. Mekatri kakra. Baby, I be feebar. A lot of people haven't even seen drone before. They don't even know what drone is. But then there are farmers who bank with bankers and several banks, and I think that with institutions like this, some of these forums and programs are to be organized in some of these rural areas where some of these farmers who might not have been privileged to have been taught or known what drone is even, right? I travel around a lot because of what I do, and like I can't really recall your name, but a banker. You said we need to have proper conversations as to what we want to use these drones for, so that we can see how best we can invest into it. For me, my own is going around, taking shots of area shots to even send it out there for people to know that there are farmlands in these communities where you can probably go and invest in there. But at the end of the day, I don't have how much money to be able to purchase the kind of drones that will be able to. And looking at the profit range in some of these things that we have to do, even though it is very impactful and calling people's awareness, but the banks are not willing to give loans to some people like us, considering the people who shoot entertainment shows, and how much you're getting from it. So I think we should also look into that as well as sending this across. Thank you.
You're very right. We need to look into it. But I could give you another business idea around what you're doing. So once you do that and you get the person now using the land, you have to strike a deal so that you're also getting cash coming into it. Because you see, every job we do, just like we would say we are here for the journey with you, you also have to be here for the journey with that person. So once you do it that way, you're also getting cash flow, you're getting all the other things that a bank will look for, and a bank can partner with you. But I do agree also with you that we really also need to partner with, because we all have corporate departments and co. We really need to go out there. We've done a lot around financial inclusion, so we probably would have to see if we can add drones and stuff into the hinterlands so they really understand. But then the pricing will also have to be. That's why I will look at capacity and skill, because when we have the skill, pricing goes down and it can be used more for the agric, and we'll be eating more of made in Ghana products.
Okay. Just a quick one. For now, what he described, does not involve a lot of regulatory requirements. Now, the moment he tries to monetize what he's doing, it becomes more serious. It demands more serious regulatory requirements for him to meet to satisfy those ones. But for now, what he's doing, the minimum, as Stephen said, is walk into the CAA, register the drone. And then when you register the drone, you are taken through an online safety course. That will give you an idea of what should happen, what happens in the airspace, and what kind of regulations are governing your operations. That is minimum, okay? Because there's regulation and then there's enforcement. We shouldn't forget about the enforcement aspect. If you are, I won't say arrested, but if you're apprehended by any of the security agencies, the first place they come to is to us. Ask us, do we know this person? And if we don't know you, we cannot say we know you. So the best thing to do at this moment, once you are starting, walk into the CAA, get your drone registered. If you want to go commercial, we'll have a conversation later. Thank you.
Hi, my name is George Majite, and my question is primarily to Ms. Edna. So obviously in the course of this panel, much of the discussion has been around operators. But I wanted to also ask, what about the adjacent businesses in the ecosystem? For instance, companies that are building the operational or compliance infrastructure tools. How do you all as a financier see yourself supporting such businesses? And lastly, how does, if at all, intellectual property play into that evaluation of these businesses? Thank you.
Okay, so if I heard your question right, you want to know for you that are innovating the parts for drones. Am I right? Softwares. The gig economy. Fantastic. So I think a lot of banks today, we are partnering with youth. So you see a lot of banks, you're hearing a lot of youth partnerships, youth, young entrepreneurs. And what we're trying to do is help them build their business. And we know that there's a lot of gig work. And so a lot of people are getting, should I use the word gigs? But yes, gigs, to develop softwares, to write AI scripts, to help improve your drones, right? So we do partner with you. It may not be an asset per se, but it may be an investment. And so we'll go to the sustainability arm where we have people who already partners who want to invest into people like yourselves, and we do that. And I think every year we have programs twice or three times just for the youth like yourself who are into the gig work. When it comes to, I think the second thing you talked about is the ownership, patenting. So I think there's regulation around that. So you need to get that so that it's your property. It's your property, right? Or even if you are going to let it off, there are regulations you need to go through to do that. I'm not too sure. I can't remember the name of the regulators, but if I do, I'll let you know.
All right. Thank you so much for your questions and for the answers. Very well addressed. I think that we've had a very fruitful, enlightening, and insightful discussion. And one thing is clear, that Africa does have the technology of AI, robotics, and drones. However, to scale up these technologies, we need to create trust. And the regulators bring on board structure, systems, and the finance people bring growth and opportunities. Our insurers bring confidence. And of course, our drone operators turn vision into reality. So we need to work hand in hand. We need to collaborate to achieve the dream of scaling up our drone, AI, and robotics industry in Africa. We all want to be like the zip lines who every 30 seconds do a delivery. And so let's partner, let's collaborate so that we can create more jobs, deliver on time, more health, valuables, what have you, and make Africa bigger and better as a continent. Thank you so much for lending us your ears. My name is Carly Metal Tutu, and I've been your moderator for this panel discussion on finance and regulation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's put it together for Carly and our esteemed panelists. As tradition demands, we'll rise up for one big group picture on stage, and then we'll get ourselves ready for the showcase of a locally manufactured drone by Soko Area, which is currently being used by militaries across Africa. This is still the Drone Ignite Africa Summit 2026 on the theme Drone Innovation, African Impact, and Global Momentum. Thank you so much for that exciting and informative panel on building a financial and regulatory-driven drone and robotics ecosystem. So as our panelists and moderators step down, please put your hands together. A round of applause one more time. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. All right, so we have one more panel discussion, but before that, something exciting is about to happen on this stage. We're about to showcase a locally manufactured drone by Soko Aerial.
And this is already being used by militaries across Africa. And so, to get the presentation started, let's fix our eyes on the screen. Let's enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and happy to be here, and I'm also very honored and happy to have our partners in the audience, the Ghana Armed Forces, especially the Corps of Signal, the Ghana Navy. What you see here is 10 years of work, and today we happen to bring it to the public domain for the first time. The Eros Pro project started as an Inkunim drone, where we use recycled materials from Circle and Styrofoam to develop. As we speak now, this is Ghana Armed Forces in collaboration with Soko Aerial, 10-year project, a 3-hour long-range surveillance drone that has been developed and is being used as part of Operation Madaburi in the north to support peace operation. The system comes with a 4-eye payload camera system. Our operations require us to have both night and day capabilities, and we are able to fly with infrared, thermal, as well as a laser rangefinder capability. The system comes with SIGTRAC. Initially, when we had challenges with the development of the drone and funding, we took a pause for 3 years just to start developing the software capabilities. The software SIGTRAC is borrowed from our mother partner unit, that is Signal. So the Signal is the SIG, and then we added the track capabilities. As I'm talking to you now, we've been able to integrate the system in such a way that we can conduct operations with the system anywhere in the world or any part of the country, and the military can have live video feed from the system. This system, as you see, has played a very pivotal role in peace supporting operations in the north. And I think 2-3 weeks ago, this was the system the president was talking about. And this is the first time we are bringing it to the public domain. Thank you so much. Before I step down, I would like to acknowledge the High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces for their enormous support, giving us all the leveraging platforms, the advice. And our mother unit, that is the core of Signal. I have our director here, Colonel Abner, in the audience for his main support in establishing this program. Our mother unit, which is the Signal Training School. So all the innovations that we built, it is this school that provides us with all the leveraging, enabling environment to test, tune, adapt to military environment. We also have our naval officers in our midst, who is also providing capabilities for maritime testing. Testing drones on the sea is not easy because of the weather, but it's also expensive. Marshalling vessels to the sea to go and do tests. So the Navy has also played a pivotal role in assisting us in testing our systems to see how best we can adapt. The biggest glory goes to my current team and then my ex-team. Those who started the project with us that couldn't be here today. But today we are still strong. We have teams that are here and they are still helping us build this system. In April, we'll be launching a 6-hour system. It's the same system, but we have reconfigured the design because the operational requirement and the mandate on the ground requires that we need to give more operational hours to the Ghana Armed Forces to support our operations up north. Thank you so much.
So, Kofi, before you take leave of us, it's only right that you stand by this wonderful innovation. We'll invite the team from Drone Ignite Africa as well to join them. And the entire team from Soko area, please join. Let's take a group picture. Of course, the amazing team from the military as well as the Navy, please join as well. It's a very important moment. We are so proud of you. This is truly a testament of African innovation excellence, and we must celebrate what we make on the continent. Africa must lead, Africa must innovate, so that Africa can inspire the next generation. Put your hands together one more time. Thank you. And so, official media team, over to you. Let's cement and document this wonderful moment by letting the whole world know that it came from Africa. Thank you. In the meantime, in between time, a spot of music from our production team. Thank you. Going to run for just 20 minutes, and then we can wrap up what has been an insightful day one of the Drone Ignite Africa Summit. When I look in the room, I can see a lot of young people. The youth are in the house, but we are here to tell them that there's a lot of opportunities for them through the next panel discussion on the topic, empowering youth entrepreneurship in the drones, AI, and robotics economy. To help us navigate this conversation, we have in our midst
a seasoned data management and geospatial technology specialist with over a decade of combined experience driving digital transformation across West Africa, specializing in professional services and data consulting. He currently serves as an analytics consultant for the Africa region at GB Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome our moderator in the person of Roger Michael Kayumba. Round of applause.
All right. Thank you very much, Eddie. And I'm glad you didn't butcher my name because a lot of times people do. And just to make things very short, our session is just going to run for 20 minutes. And clearly, we can all see the topic of focus. So I'll just zoom straight into introducing our panelists. And to start, I'll start with Sylvia Magnus George, who is the programs coordinator at Axis Drones and Academy. So Sylvia, if you're around, you can just come over. All right, while Sylvia takes her seat, let's also welcome Emily Fiagbeji, who is the Director of AI Startup Programs at MEST Africa. Our next panelist, we've already seen him, is Kofi Edusei Owusu, and we've seen the excellent work that Soko Aerial is doing. So let's welcome Kofi. Last and not least will be Hamza Mumuni. He's a chartered retail banker from Stanbic Incubator. So again, to keep things in focus, this is focus for the youth, our colleagues from the universities and from the senior high schools. I really encourage you to really participate in this session. And it's also open to all of us. We are still young at heart, right? So let's partake in this conversation. So again, I want this to be a conversation, right? Not just us talking on stage. We'll try and make sure that there's enough time for us to ask questions as well. All right. All right, so my panelists, forgive us, we are squeezing this in just 20 minutes, so would be snappy with the questions, all right? So I think just to put things into context for all of us, the conversation is really focused on the youth, but really would want to start this conversation by looking at the educational factor first, all right? It's important we focus on educating the youth on the relevance of this sector. Right? It's a highly regulated industry, all right? And it's also an industry that is gradually moving into the AI space, which is also an interesting space. So my first question would be to Sylvia, who is the programs coordinator at Axis Drones and AI Academy. And the focus really is to understand if we are really building curricula which is focused for the kind of times we find ourselves, right? So maybe in your answering, just focus the answer on really helping us understand how Axis Drones is focusing its program to address AI as an interesting area and also robotics.
So thank you, Roger. So to first start, I think we would all agree that education is very key. Everybody has an interest in life. There's a saying that talks about 2 stages in life that are very important. That is the day that you are born and the day that you know you. So it's about discovering purpose. So building competence is important. People have interest, and without competence, they are not able to go far. So with Axis Drone and AI Academy, what we are doing is integrating drones and AI into our curriculum to ensure that the students are able to build some level of competence that will be able to give them some form of business value. And once you're able to have that business value, you create credibility for yourself. So you don't just fly as an enthusiast or just for hobby's sake, but you're able to build value that will create income for yourself as well. So we are very particular about that. There are practical sessions that will ensure that you get to understand what the drone and AI space is about. So we give you theoretical knowledge as well as practical knowledge to build your skill and get you licensed as well. The licensing part is very important. Earlier we had someone from Ghana Civil Aviation Authority here speaking about the regulations that we have in the drone space. So it's very important to be licensed as a drone pilot. It will get you far that way. So in terms of integrating that in the curriculum, it's been well integrated.
All right, thank you very much, Sylvia. So, I think from your points, it's clear we need the components of training, not just for the concept of piloting, right? But to move into licensing, to move into the linkage of AI as well.
Yes.
So I think just to dovetail to Emily, I think we had a brief chat in the lobby, and our focus was really to understand how, especially the youth, right? And looking at what our youngsters from the secondary schools and even the universities are doing, very amazing stuff, right? And the question for you would really be focused on how is MEST actually supporting the youth to transition from just ideating or just hobby projects, right, into moving into actual initiatives that lead to businesses, right? So that's really the question that I would like you to really help address and also help champion what MEST is also doing to support our youth, especially in this space of AI and also drone technologies.
Thank you very much for the question. So MEST runs a software entrepreneurship training program, and we believe that it's not only about the technology, right? I think we can all agree that right now the technology is so exciting and there's so much we can create. We teach those hard skills, but we also believe that without creating a business behind your technology, it will only ever maybe live on your computer or be an MVP in your home. And so we look at the whole development of the young aspiring entrepreneurs who come into our program, and we pair technical skill development in software, AI focused software development, and business skills, and then product and design skills, and a whole bunch of soft skills. So how do you communicate your ideas? How do you engage? How do you tell your story? I think we talked about that a lot. With our technology, especially the new emerging technologies, it's so important to communicate what you're doing, but not only what you're doing, but the value it has for others and their lives, so that you can take the amazing things you're building and take them to market and take them into the future and build businesses out of them.
Thank you very much, Emily. I love the point you're making of creating a link between the soft skills and equally the technical skills, right? I mean, you can have an amazing product. If you can't really speak to the relevance of this product to the market, it's not really going to sell. And so just to move on to Kofi, I mean, the brilliant work you're doing here is really a translation of what Emily has said, that you've not just translated this as a product, but clearly to have linkage to the military, to have linkage to the Navy, I mean, shows or demonstrates that you've created this link. And for you, Kofi, I think a key question for you would be really using the journey that you've had, 10 years, right? Anybody would have just stopped, right? So maybe let's start by really understanding what has really driven you, right, to this stage, and how would the youth also take advantage of, one, the challenges, the exciting times, and really what has been your journey like, and how can the youth also learn from the challenges you had and equally the successes?
Thank you so much. My journey is not a happy one, but I will share it. I think when I returned back from school, I wanted to start this business or start this space. One of the biggest problems we had then was the universities were not churning out students that are kind of ready to use. So my thinking is that a lot of innovation and technology, industrial revolution has gone past Africa. From automobile to mobile technology, satellite, almost everything has gone past us. My thinking is different. We mostly kind of skew ourselves to the soft part of these industries. So I took it upon myself that we want to go the other way around. We want to build. We want to build. When you look at the global drone landscape across the African continent, we have less than 1% situated in the space where we are building the solutions and adapting it to our security challenges. I will skew myself to security because that is where we find ourselves. And we were fortunate to have the military as a partner, where they also had an understanding that this technology has the potential of elevating their operations and also giving them some capabilities in terms of military advancement. So from the get-go, the vision was clear. We are going to develop these capabilities and develop it that the military can use it. But the challenge we have had is that we have about 5 different types of workers within our group. So we have full engineers, civilians, we have mixture of civilians, military type of workers, and we have military workers. And all these bodies work together. So if I look at the civilian side, so for example, we don't put out job advertisement. We have never done, like, we are looking for an engineer. We have never done that. But what we do is that we have university students or secondary school students coming for internships. So 90%, I would say maybe 98% of my staff came from internship program. So we don't put out job advertisement. So when they come through the internship program, we will get one person coming 4 times. So she comes first year, second year. Once we understand that the person is good, when he or she is going back to school, we give the person an offer. So you go back to school, but you're still working for us. The difficulty here is that you have to manage the person in such a way that you don't put too much workload so that it affects his schoolwork. So we kind of find a trade-off. And then when they vacate, they come and then continue. And then the military also support us immensely with the National Service Program. So then after they have come for that period, we now bring them back through National Service. And after service, we now employ them full-time. We have been able to solve some part of the problem, but we're also beginning to see that the university problem is still persisting, and we don't have control. So, for example, I've taken up a part-time lecturing job at some universities that I'm not interested in the salaries, but I'm interested in having time with the students to just have a certain mind change so that I can secure them to what we want to do. And as I'm talking to you now, we have about 70% looking at coming to work with us. The students seem not to have a certain sense of direction in terms of what the industry is requiring them for whilst they are in school and how they should prepare and meet what the work demand is. So for us, if you see our team, they come through the internship program. If you're lucky and you don't come through internship and you come through national service, but that 1 year period, we will transform you to what we want you to do or how we want you to function. We have the demand from the military where we are expected to perform at a certain level. So in terms of discipline, we have it on our program. We've also developed some edu products. So, for example, when the students were coming, we realized that we needed to develop systems so that they can learn how to build a drone before we put them on the production line. So those systems, we've converted them back into educational products. So these universities that I'm teaching now, we send these educates to them, and then, for example, one of the universities have changed an entire curriculum into an embedded system so that the students will have access to the drones. They do 50% of their coursework at school, and they come and do 50% with us before you get the 100% score. And when you come, we give you the model, and then we define a certain application approach for you. So let's say you have a base model, but the target is for you to develop an LTE-based or a satellite communication system for drone operation. So when you do that, then we give you the mark. We also contribute to some career fairs for the universities. When we go there and we see some of these exhibitions done by the students, that's where we also poach from. So for us, the education, our internship program, our national service program is our backbone. And we focus more in that sector. But this time around, we've gone a step further, where we have been able to push the universities, where we have developed courses together, where we can steer the students to meet the market demand, and also meet the engineering, or those of us who are in the building space, in terms of how we can expand. Because other than that, we don't see any going forward anyway. But now the universities, we have 2 universities that have signed up, UMaT and then Ghana Communication Technology University, which we are very grateful. So every year they are bringing the students. We do whatever we have to do with them. They go back, they come back, they go back, they come back. So in that 4-year period, we have the products we need, and that have been the core engine for us. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. I love the fact that he's creating a link between the education component and also even creating a link to what Emily said. And there's one factor there, which is consistency, which he raised. That it takes consistency to get to where he is now. And I'm throwing this challenge to the youth, right? Most of us want to start businesses, want to start ventures. Again, it takes consistency. It takes an understanding of.
And then one more thing. We kind of get a lot of support from the informal sector. So, for example, one of our biggest challenges is making our backpack system, because the military environment is very rigorous, and they expect the system to perform at a certain quality, but their environment is very rigorous. What we've realized is that we've been able to also find support from the informal sector. So, for example, our carry bags are made by roadside tailors, but we do the design, we take it to them, and then they make the designs or make the bags for us, and then we test them with any correction. So the education, the formal school have done their part, but we are also getting a lot of support from the informal sector. It's just a matter of guide, and you should be ready to burn cash, because it is not an easy road with them. Yeah, so. Because if I take them out, I have some of them here, they will fight me. So they are part of our...
That is clear, Kofi. So thank you very much for that submission. So again, your ending feeds directly into what Hamza is going to give us, which is, I mean, it's a cash-intensive process. And Hamza, again, we've had this conversation already. And I really want your focus to really look at broadly. I think we are focusing a lot on technology, on drones, but there's a whole chain of entities that support the industry, right? And clearly, with what you do at Stanbic Incubator, you don't just focus on the technology part of businesses. You also look at other sectors, right? So broadly, just to create one, awareness to what Stanbic Incubator is doing, and also because this is focused at the youth, what are the basic steps that any startup, any youngster wanting to start a business, what are the basic steps they need to take, and how does that feed into the programs that you are running at Stanbic Incubator?
Roger, thank you very much for the question. Let me just start by speaking a bit about what we do at Stanbic Business Incubator. It's a purpose-driven initiative by Stanbic Bank to support businesses. So virtually, you want to build strong businesses and business leaders. So our core mandate is to promote enterprise development. So all the things that go into building people to become business leaders or businesses to become very resilient, we get ourselves involved in. One of the things that is important to us is capacity building. The previous discussions, I think that one came up strongly. I think it's very, very important. It's the foundation for every business. So just to tie it to your question, you need to understand your area, you need to understand the field, you need to understand what you are going for. Your market is equally important, and so we provide all these training to open up the conversation around what you need to do to really position yourself and build a resilient business for yourself and then for the society. Because at the end of the day, we want the sustainable businesses to create jobs for our communities. So that is very important. So skills development, just to tie it to what the educational institutions provide, we also come in to polish them up and bring them to the professional setting. What you need to do, how you have to be disciplined financially to create that environment where you'll be able to have a commercial conversation with the entities that are ready to invest in your business. And one important thing came up here, that if you are not able to sell your business to people, you won't get investment. And so we train them to be able to understand their business and sell those business ideas to people who would invest in those business to move them to the next level. So largely, we support capacity building. We also are also involved in creating the needed market for them. Because if you have the foundation and then you are unable to expand your business, reach other markets, you don't get the opportunity to scale. And then finally, which is also very important, we do with partners, is also to provide the needed funding. And so we have a complete partnership unit at Stanbic Bank that makes those arrangements possible for the youth to be able to lift their business to a level where they can start having commercial conversations with the likes of commercial banks. And so that is what we do. And we have a number of youth programs that we run on a monthly basis. So we get them through the universities, we get them through ecosystem partners who come and attend our programs. And then we develop programs for them throughout their journey from idea stage to a level where they will say that I'm ready to scale up my business. And so our primary focus is on youth, and then we give them all the support to make their businesses viable.
Thank you very much, Hamza. So as promised, we'll give chance to the audience as well, but let's get our panelists to wrap up. And as a form of wrap up, I think clearly we are all doing some form of education, one way or the other, right? Maybe it's only Emily and Hamza who are doing some financing, right? Pumping investments into these startups, right? Just to wrap up, right? What will be your final words to any university, any person in the university, for example? Maybe, he has an idea, he has a prototype, all right? What would be your advice? Combining the four pillars we've discussed. We've discussed the pillar of education. We've discussed the pillar of moving from idea to execution. We've also discussed a pillar of grounding your execution in reality, right, like Kofi is doing. We've also discussed the pillar of financing, right? So combining these four pillars, what would be your final advice to anyone wanting to start a business, especially in the space of drones, AI, and robotics. So maybe let's start similar to how we started. Let's start with Sylvia, and then we go with the flow.
Okay. So I think my first advice would be to learn the art of partnership. So I'll start with a backstory. So with Access Drone and AI Academy, it started with our parent company called Access Drone Surveys. So Access Drone Surveys actually does drone surveyed in various countries, in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Tanzania, and whatnot. So after doing this for close to 7-8 years, we came up with Access Drone and AI Academy, because we realized that it's very important to empower others to also gain the skill of drone piloting, data processing, and whatnot. So being a company and providing a service is not just enough. We should think of the next generation. What are we passing on to them? With Access Drone Surveys, it was formed out of a partnership. So it's 4 gentlemen who came together to form this business. So when people talk about, there's an African proverb that talks about even going far when you move with people, but when you want to go fast, you move alone. So we've come this far through this partnership. So my first advice to every entrepreneur is to be able to partner with others, because you can't have every skill. You need skill from someone else to also to also build on yours. When you look at the story of even the Tower of Babel in the Bible, what they lost was what? Partnership, but they couldn't communicate at a point. So partnership also comes with good communication existing between each other. And that way we're able to build better and actually go further. So I would advise that anyone who is venturing into entrepreneurship should look into the scale of what? Partnership. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So Emily, I think the same question is going to go to you. How will any entrepreneur, any young person starting a business combine these 4 pillars as we've discussed?
Yes. So I'll take you to maybe the beginning for our students in the room. I'm so glad they're here today. I think it was talked about in all the panels, the importance of exposure, right? You can only create something to the point that you see the possibilities, right? So I think before we even get to integrating the pillars, I think it's expose yourself to what is out there. Listen, try, learn. You see something that sparks your interest, dig in, read about it, talk to someone. I think that's really where it starts. I think we've only gotten to the very beginning of what's possible in AI, in drone technology. I mean, these are emerging fields with so much opportunity, and this is the time to just explore, explore, explore. And then, great point by Sylvia, start to partner, see who's already doing things out in the field, speak with them, learn with them, intern with them, and then you can build from there. You can try your hand at building a business, you can join an incubator, an accelerator, but first you just need to understand what is even possible and try. There's no hurt in trying an idea. Right?
Thank you, Emily. So clearly, your points are to be present, right? Be present in the moment, and also keep testing, keep trying, right? And don't stop. So on to Kofi, same question to you, right? How would any entrepreneur combine these 4 pillars, right?
I will come back to my earlier submission. So for me, in the drone eco space, I see vertical manufacturers and then horizontal manufacturers. We seem to have a lot of vertical, let's say horizontal people on one side, and we are not taking advantage of the vertical space. I think somebody mentioned about software. Let's have a broader understanding of the environment or the ecospace, and let's look at the possibilities. My only concern is that we seem to be very comfortable at one side of the entire ecosystem. And again, I have said that a lot of industrial revolution have gone past us. We are surrounded by the Sahel, and there's one problem they have: security issues. But we seem not to create solutions that even attracts their interest. Because that is a readily market, as he said, that is a readily market. So I know we are on this side, but let's look at what we can do on this side. Because if everybody is going on that side, it will get to a point where it will choke up. And the industry is no longer going to be sustainable. But there is so much other areas that we could all explore. So to the new entrepreneurs who want to put your foot in there, look at the other opportunities on the vertical scale. Software development, camera development, the AI bit. The biggest problem we have today when you want to do anything AI in Ghana is availability of data and compute. We sit on a huge ton of surveillance data. So we are working along something like that. So, but other industries are really struggling because data doesn't exist there. And anybody who tells you anything about AI, if the data and the compute power is not there, it is not real. So I will be very happy not to take up this AI job if somebody is building an infrastructure where I can just plug in and then get my module ready and then run it on my system. So these are some of the things that the industry is also looking at, so that those of us at the forefront of certain frontiers, we can also upskill. If we don't get these people coming in certain sphere, we would do to a certain point geopolitics, policies will just shift the business landscape for us. And it's already starting. Countries that we saw sensors and other things from are not selling those sensors to us anymore. And the question is, or we are spoken around, can we build this sensor? And everybody or the STEM companies that we reach out to, before they even listen to us, we need to have a conversation around $1.5 million before we can build like an autopilot board. So these are some of the things that I'm saying, that we see them as minute, but it's like the engine of certain part of the industry we have decided to take upon ourselves. The new entrepreneurs who feel this industry is juicy. It is juicy, but not so juicy. I have problems with GCC. I'm trying to solve it. So they are chasing me. I'm also chasing them. I'm not the best with them, but this year we'll do our best. We've promised them we'll do our best. Axis have assisted us to have a proper lay-down structure. This is a hot area. We don't have time to do regulation documentation. So anybody who is looking at entering this place, please set up a consultancy and say you do this work for us. I cannot be programming and be writing documentation. It doesn't work.
Roger,
So
we have
that is
1
an
minute
opportunity
more.
sitting there.
Please wrap up.
Thank
you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kofi. So Hamza, you heard our MC,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
So I mean, just to wrap up the conversation.
All right, so very, very important. I think the most exciting part of my job is when we have to create a program for the youth. There are a lot of opportunities. We just have to go for them. The ecosystem is providing a lot of support. Sometimes it becomes very disappointing when you have programs and you don't get them attend, because that is where you make the right connections to take your business to the next level. And so when you hear about these programs, please take advantage of them. And then, because when we create them, we bring all the relevant stakeholders to those programs. And so you get to speak to them, you get the right direction, how you take your business to the next level. And so take advantage of it. And then I'm sure the possibilities are there, and then so we are all ready to turn those possibilities into opportunities for the youth of our country to affect our economy and then also create jobs for the communities and keep them busy. So please take advantage of it. So for example, Stanbic, we support some youth groups or startups who don't have offices. We provide workspace for them. We have an infrastructure where we do that for them. So you only get to know about these things when you attend programs like that. And so learn, be curious, and then take advantage of some of these things. It can be time consuming, but it can take you to the next level.
Okay, thank you very much, my panelists. I don't know if we still have time for 2 questions. Okay, so MC is already butchering me. So I know I promised you that we'll have some question and answer time, but again, we are way past time. So thank you very much for the time, and I've been your moderator.
Let's put our hands together one more time. Thank you so much, Roger, and our excellent panelists for that wonderful conversation on empowering youth entrepreneurship in drones and AI and robotics economy. And so if you have any questions, our speakers will still be around. You can say hello to them in the lobby area. We're wrapping up this summit in the next 5 minutes. So stick and stay, don't go nowhere. And so as tradition demands, our panelists will rise up together with our moderator for a lovely group photo on stage. Thank you. And as soon as that is done, we'll fix our eyes on the screen as we enjoy an amazing video from Axis Drone and the AI Academy. Production team, if we're ready, let it play. Thank you. Put our hands together one more time for our wonderful and our excellent moderator. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Production team. We'll now make welcome the Drone Ignite Africa event lead in the person of Kate Abaka Kwanzaa to give us our closing remarks. Would you please make welcome with a round of applause? Thank you.
Distinguished guests, partners, sponsors, innovators, and students, as we close day 1 of Drone Ignite Africa Summit 2026, I want to thank you all for the depth of insights and collaboration we've experienced today. We didn't just discuss technology, we discussed transformation. From agriculture to mining, infrastructure to finance and regulation, today's conversation made one thing clear. Africa is ready. Africa is ready to lead drone, AI, and robotics innovation. What we must continue building is alignment between policy, education, innovation, and industry. Drone Ignite Africa is about accelerating this alignment. Tomorrow, day 2, we move from conversation to demonstration, where innovation comes alive through through exhibition, live demonstrations, and student showcases. Thank you for being part of this movement. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the University of Ghana campus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kate. And so, what a successful day one of the Drone Ignite Africa Summit 2026. Truly, drone innovation, African impact, global momentum is the perfect theme that has summarized all our insightful conversations and fruitful deliberations. My name has been Eddie Akwa. It's been a joy being your MC. A kind reminder that the exhibition area is still open to my right-hand side, just the next door. So make sure you engage with the exhibitors as the afternoon unfolds. We look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow for a full large-scale exhibition as well as live demos of drones in action and drones doing deliveries on campus at the Athletic Oval, University of Ghana. God bless drone technology. God bless Africa. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
At Axis Drone Service, we are harnessing the power of aerial data. Yes, we love drones, but more importantly, we love the data that the drones provide. Our focus is to enable our clients gain insights and make decisions from the quality aerial data that we provide for them.
Our quality aerial data is transforming major sectors such as agriculture, mining, railway, and electrical power distribution. We believe by impacting such industries, we are driving economic growth with quality aerial data.
Our team of certified pilots are ready to venture the tough and distant terrains for you. We gather the aerial data you need to process for the final deliverables you require. Trust us to get the work done quickly but accurately.
At Axis Drone Service, we have a commitment and a responsibility to promote a culture of safety and professionalism. In light of this, we have been duly certified by the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority to ensure all our operations are in line with international best practice.
We are guided by the principles of unity, teamwork, and integrity. We have created a working environment that not only attracts the top talent in Africa, but makes sure that that same great talent loves the work that they do. Ultimately, our goal is to impact the youth across the entire continent of Africa.
We are located in Ghana, which allows us to strategically serve the entire continent, thanks to the AFTA, which is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are always open for international partnerships, which will allow us to transform the continent with aerial data.